No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
All right, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York, and I hope everyone is having a great day. Let me first start off with Happy Mother's Day to all of the moms that are out there, whether you watch this program on a regular basis or not. I wish that you are having the best Mother's Day possible. I hope you are surrounded by friends and family and love anywhere and everywhere in the world. I know that's not necessarily possible in many places in the world, but that is our hope, that is our desire, that is a goal we as humanity should try and get to love and respect our mothers everywhere in the world. Well, with that said, we're going to start off now. If this is the first time that you are seeing our channel, we want to welcome you and thank you for being part of our audience. We appreciate each and every one of you. Even if you do not agree with anything that we speak about, we appreciate that you have given us the time to tell you about some of the issues we think are important that are affecting all of us. What we do here is long-form political commentary. We look at the past, the current, and try and figure out what are going to be the consequences, the likely future, so that we can be prepared, so that we can lead our elected officials onto the best path possible. That's really the goal that we try and attain every week here with you and throughout the week. Now, we hope that you'll enjoy this every Sunday. As you can see, we are here at 2:30, reaching out across the world to hear voices from everywhere. You'll see on the screen that you are able to call in to 929-715-8569. Our phone line is on. You can call in at any time, whether you agree or disagree, or you think there's something else that is happening, something else that is important that we need to speak about. In addition, as you can see, and Grace has joined us. And Grace, happy Mother's Day. Thank you for being with us, Grace Grimm. You can reach us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Rumble, and leave comments. And of course, we will include that in the entire show because this is a conversation between me and you. This is a conversation with the world on these issues. And trust me, many politicians in Congress, at local and state levels as well, pay attention to this program. They talk to me privately about many of the things that we speak about here and your reactions. So we hope that you will enjoy this, that you will like and share and subscribe so that more people can be involved in this process and we can get more politicians paying attention and responding to the issues that matter to you. Grace has said, thanks for the Mother's Day wish. It's a nice, quiet day where she is in upstate New York and fantastic. I hope you get to have a wonderful day. Stay in bed. Make sure the husband goes out and cooks dinner. Hi, Dow. Dow says, very happy Mother's Day to all the mothers, especially Mrs. Grimm, who is probably watching, and yes, she is, and she beat you to it. Yes, she did. And by the way, Dow, go and cook her something because it's her day. Now, and actually get the kids to do it. Make it easier. That's what the kids are there for. They can cook. Well, actually, can the kids cook? Will it be edible? Don't know. That being said, again, you can reach us on all social media, and we'll be happy to have it up there. Rumble, we are watching it live, and we will see the feedback. You can go to Rumble and give us a super chat there in case you want to see the comment faster. And we will, of course, provide all the super chats on the main screen so everyone can see it. We are paying attention to every comment. Gal says, yes, the kids can cook pretty good. Okay, good. And he did cook. He did make a meal for Mrs. Grimm. So fantastic. There's one mom example of having a great Mother's Day. I am happy for that. Now, for those who are new on the channel, let me explain that we start off every Sunday dealing with breaking news if there's something that we think is appropriate or important, and we'll go into that. Then we discuss some of the international issues that are affecting everyone, how America is affecting the world and how the world is affecting America. And then we go into the domestic in the program and talk about how internally the United States we're affecting each other. And of course, that does bleed over to the rest of the world. It's a pretty good format. I think it works well. Please add your critique. Let us know. We are always willing to improve. We're always willing to hear your voices. Now, sandwiches? Really? You made the kids peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, Dal? That's not a Mother's Day meal. They can do better. Let me also address some of the things, a little bit of news for everyone on things that have happened and are upcoming. First of all, let me mention that on Friday, we had the Friday Roundtable every Friday at 9 p.m. I joined the Liberty First Foundation. We talk about many of the issues from a constitutional level. Is the government breaking the Constitution? Are they overreaching? Are they taking away our powers? And what can we do about that? This week we had Steve Bozich of BearArms.com. He was a guest on the program, as was Charlie Cook, who is with Riding Shotgun with Charlie. We had a great conversation, about 2 hours, talking with the gentleman on many issues that are affecting all of America. Some of them we'll be talking about later in the program today. And also about gun control, the effectiveness of gun control. We were talking about ghost guns and whether or not they are something that falls under the Second Amendment. Are they something that is a danger? The various applications of that, talking about that in some depth. And I think a lot of people would find that to be interesting. You may want to check that out. Also, this week, why is it not refreshing? Let me try that again. It's that stability. There we go. So what you can see here is this is my conversation with, oh God, there we go. Come on. I had a conversation earlier this week with a national candidate. This is Lars Mapstead. He is a candidate with the Libertarian Party. He's looking for the nomination of the Libertarian Party. That'll be later this week. Later this month. He is going to the National Convention for the Libertarian Party. He's looking to be their candidate. You can check him out. We had a very interesting conversation. And as libertarians go, I know libertarians always get asked about, hey, legalizing drugs. They always get asked about, hey, are you going to shut down the IRS? But they're not usually asked other issues. And that's what I actually went into with Lars, talking about the other issues that affect America, that Americans are very much interested in, like what's happening with Israel, what's happening with Hamas, the American hostages, and foreign policy, what's been happening in New York State, a few other issues, things that you don't normally get to hear from a libertarian candidate. That's what we were speaking about. And I do advise people, check that out. I think it was kind of interesting. A little bit of news on what's coming up, and I'll get to the comments in just a moment. But just to let you know, we believe, and I think I've confirmed, that I will be in Freedom Fest in Las Vegas this year. And I will be covering that event with many interviews at that time. We'll be live in part, and we'll be doing interviews at Freedom Fest in Las Vegas this year, 2024. I spent most of the week trying to confirm that, and we are 95% set to be in Freedom Fest. In addition, on the 18th of May, next week, we expect to be at Simpson Street and Westchester Avenue in the Bronx, as there will be a Black Patriots for Trump rally. We will be there to cover that. That's next week on the 18th. We'll probably be live there, and we'll try and get some of the speakers to do interviews with us. In addition, we expect, and I am about 80% sure, that we will be at the 2024 Libertarian National Convention, where Donald Trump and RFK Jr. will be speaking to the public and to libertarians, and they will be picking their libertarian presidential candidate. And so we should be there for all 3 days, and we expect to cover that as well, both live, some interviews, as well as recorded material. So that's what we have coming up. Now, that is a lot of stuff. That is a lot of events. And yes, there are several things with libertarians that are happening, but that's what's happening in the news. And most of the mainstream isn't paying as much attention as we have been, because we believe everyone has a voice in America. Whether or not I agree with the voice, whether or not you agree with that voice, we need to hear those voices to understand it. That is what the First Amendment is about, to protect the voices that we may not agree with, but to hear them, or have them at least have the chance to appeal to us, to let us know what they are thinking so we can improve our nation. That's what the First Amendment is about. And that's what this channel will do. And if the mainstream media won't pay attention to these things, I will, because we want to make sure we hear your voice and hear your ideas in our effort to try and improve America and therefore help the world. And I hope people will appreciate that. Let me go back to some of the comments here. Okay, so Dow's talking about his efforts to teach his kids to cook and to get beyond peanut butter and jelly. Mike Bowie is with us. Hello, Mike. And he said that he enjoyed seeing everyone buying flowers in the grocery store today. Yeah, there's people buying flowers everywhere. It's fantastic. Let's see. Grace goes on, I wish Trump would come to upstate New York. I hate trying to get in and out of the city. The traffic there scares me. Well, this is in Washington, D.C. that he'll be going to, and he'll be appearing at. And I know he will get there. He is a presidential candidate. I would expect he's probably will be going to the New York 24th district, which is with Claudia Tenney, who he has supported. And for full disclosure, Claudia Tenney is a friend of mine personally. And I've known her as a member of Congress and a candidate for over a decade now. So she is someone I do support, and I do know that she has been endorsed by President Trump in the 2024 election cycle. She has been a supporter for many years, and I think that you'll probably see Donald Trump going to central New York, western New York, in her district to speak to the public. That's probably what's going to happen. Not so much in the Mark Molinaro's New York 19th district. I don't think you're going to see that. Now, so that's some of the background to let you know that because of your support, because you like and share, and especially those who subscribe, most importantly, those who are members of our Patreon, because of your support, we are able to go to these different events, and we are able to get other politicians interested in speaking with us, to do interviews with us, to inform you so you can make an informed vote, which we believe is the most important thing. It's not enough to just vote. It's not enough just to vote party line, because we don't agree with that. Don't vote straight down the line. Vote informed. Know who you are voting for and why. And that's what we strive for. Now, with all that background taken care of, to get you up to date, and I think these are some pretty big updates. It's a lot of events we're going to be covering live because of your support, and we appreciate that. But let's talk about what's happening in the world right now, how this is affecting America. We know that for months now, for over a month, we have been seeing at our colleges the uprising of students. We have seen the progressive left since October 7th. The Democratic Socialists of America, progressive organizations across America have been striving to support Hamas, a terrorist organization that has a written and declared goal of genocide of anyone who does not believe what Hamas and Iran believe. And they have been saying most recently at these college campuses, from Cooper Union at Harvard, MIT, University of California, Cornell University, Binghamton University, across this country, the students have said, well, this is because of children. You should be supporting their effort to help Hamas because this is to protect children. I want to start off today because it is Mother's Day and we need to focus on this, and because I believe in protecting children, let's talk about it. Where are the college protests? And give me 1 second here. Where are the college protests for the kids in Darfur? There is a genocide that is happening in Darfur as we speak, in the Sudan, which is a year ago, Joe Biden abandoned the Sudan. 1 year ago, he left the Sudan, left 16,000 Americans, abandoned them, and they are still trying to figure their way home from Africa, many of those Americans. None of them were actually helped to go home. And what has been the result? America left, the world left, and there has been nothing but crisis. As we can see from The Guardian 2 days ago, children piled up and shot. It is graphic. It is horrendous that we see this. Now, let me update this. I want you to see that I updated it live. This is important. What you see, The Guardian, the BBC, Deutsche Welle, that's the British news, the German news leading the discussion. There's the Sudan Tribune, Radio Tamizuk. I know I mispronounced that. Sudan Tribune. Yes, there's Vox and PBS, and they're barely even talking about this. Where's MSNBC? Where's ABC News? Where's the New York Times? Where is that national American news media front and center coverage? They want to talk about children. They want to talk about saving children. Well, the place that needs it is in the Sudan. Tens of thousands of children have been piled up and shot. That is terrifying. And that is genocide. Not what we see happening in Gaza. That's not. We have seen for the last, week and a half, that the Israelis have been talking about Rafah, and that they're going to be going into Rafah, and that they're going after Hamas in Rafah. They have spent more than a week telling the entire world and everyone in Gaza that they're going into Rafah. You had warning. They have been trying to minimize, telling the civilians to leave, that they are after Hamas, not the civilians. And yet, in Darfur, there is no warning. There is no notifications. There is no international announcements and discussion about the fact that they are killing children, piling up and shooting children. There is no international conversation about that. There is no press conference. There are no leaflets. That is what genocide is. Let us be very clear about that. There is the difference. Real world, right now, real time. We know what the difference between a genocide and what is in a war that is happening. Hamas and Israel are in a war. Darfur is a genocide. And if the kids, the college students, want to run around and protest saying they want to protect the children, and they don't care about the children in Haiti, 700 miles away, 3 hours flight from the United States, they don't care about those children. They don't care about the 40,000 Americans in Haiti. They don't want to help those moms and those kids. Well, maybe if they're worried about overseas, why wouldn't they be worried about the 8 million people who have been displaced in Darfur, in Sudan, the 16,000 Americans that have been abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration, and the children that are being piled up and killed as we speak? That was 2 days ago. 2 days. Where is their protest for those children? Where are their demands for humanitarian aid for those children from the Biden-Harris administration? Oh, they don't care. Let's be honest. They don't care. And they don't care about that because it is not politically advantageous. Now, I bring that up, and I'm sorry that it's Mother's Day, but we're talking about the reality of the world. And the fact is, we want to be honest. The college students don't care about children. If they did, they'd be talking about Darfur just as we are, as we have for many months. And we've been talking about the Sudan for over a year now. But that's because we care about the children. We care about that conflict. But we don't hear that from UCLA, where they're having violence. They're violently protesting and well, they're not even protesting. They're just having riots in UCLA and across this country to try and force their will onto the American government and the American people to support terrorism. To support terrorism. Oh my God, it's really aggravating. But we have to deal with this reality so that we can improve this. Now, Africa is a mess right now. The Biden-Harris administration has failed because they're not paying attention to what happened in Sudan. They're also not paying attention to the rest of Africa. Their refusal to help Sudan, their influence in getting ISIS into Africa, Al-Qaeda into Africa, a direct consequence of Joe Biden running away from Afghanistan and giving the keys to the Taliban, a terrorist organization. That has led to the instability in Africa that we see today. From 2021 to 2024, this is the net result, which is why the United States is being kicked out of the country of Niger. And don't get it wrong, folks, it's Niger is the name of the country in Africa, and the United States is being kicked out, all 1,000 troops, and that is going to increase the influence of ISIS and Al-Qaeda. And they're doing this because they don't trust the Biden-Harris administration. They don't trust the Biden-Harris administration because of their efforts in Darfur, because of what they have done in Darfur. They abandoned 16,000 Americans there. They don't care about the children in Darfur. And if you can't trust America to try and even put up a cursory support for the children in Darfur and abandoned 16,000 Americans in that hellhole, in that war zone, then why do you think they're going to protect anyone else throughout all of Africa? It's not something that the Biden-Harris administration cares about. It's not their main concern. Biden is concerned about re-election. He's worried about having his core constituents, the more and more progressive wing of the Democratic Party, he's worried about their votes. He doesn't care about the children in any of these countries. And we are seeing the consequence of that. Now, if anyone disagrees with me and says, well, Mike, you don't understand, please tell me how I don't understand. I am quoting the Politico. I'm quoting international news about these events. And you're not hearing this from the Biden-Harris administration. They don't want to talk about this. They don't want you to realize that their policies have failed and negatively impacted the stability of the world because you might not vote Democrat if you knew that. And they are trying to fortify the 2024 election in every way possible, which is why they don't want to talk about the U.S. combat troops being kicked out of Africa. This is also happening in Chad, another African nation. And the reason why we have troops there is because that's where ISIS and Al-Qaeda went to after they got released from the prisons in Afghanistan by the Taliban. When Joe Biden ran away and gave the keys to the Taliban, ISIS and Al-Qaeda left Afghanistan. Most of them went to Africa. Some of them went to Syria to then go into Moscow. That's the reality of what we're seeing. Now, it's not like the rest of the world isn't paying attention. More news that you're not hearing in the United States that is very important, that's affecting the rest of the world, is the fact that China is watching all of this. The rest of the world is watching this. And as nation after nation loses all confidence in the Biden-Harris administration, and they recognize that the Biden-Harris administration is solely concerned about re-election, that all of their policy, all of their actions are confined into what will get the most votes, well, we are seeing nation after nation, aggressive nations, nations that don't like America, China, Iran, Russia, North Korea, are becoming more and more militarized, and they are taking more and more action. In fact, we see that just 2 days ago, China is so confident that Joe Biden will do nothing and that Joe Biden is, well, he will roll over, that China's military is now confronting not just the Philippine ships and both private citizen and military ships in the Southeast Asia Sea. It's also, they're now attacking and confronting U.S. military ships. This is important. This is a big deal. China is on the way to having the largest navy in the world as the Biden-Harris administration is cutting the U.S. Navy in half. And the conflict in Southeast Asia that we have been promised will happen. China has promised under the Biden administration they will use force to go into Taiwan. They are threatening Japan. They are threatening South Korea. And that's why Japan is building the first army since 1945, because they don't trust Joe Biden and therefore the United States to live up to the 1960 Japan-U.S. treaty. So they're building their first army, even though we have a Marine Corps base on Japan, Okinawa. But they're building their military because they don't trust. And because there is no trust, China is saying they have no problem. The U.S.-Philippines treaty that has been in place, they don't care. They don't think Joe Biden would do anything because Joe Biden is afraid. All of his policies indicate that he will run away from allies and U.S. citizens every single time because he thinks that will be bad for his polling. And thus we see China, as reported by Deutsche Welle, this is the German news, as they're reporting, the U.S. Navy destroyer, the USS Halsey, was exercising navigational rights near the Paracel Islands. The archipelago lies in the South China Sea, and China said, get out. They confronted the USS destroyer and forced it to run away. This was a victory for China because the Biden-Harris administration is not asserting itself. This tells our allies, the Philippines, Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, that the United States isn't willing to stand up to China, that they will fold, that under the Biden-Harris administration, they will bend and they will break. This is important for us to understand. Now, looking at some of the comments here, and let me come back to that. Grace says she personally believes the Biden administration has been a success in what it wanted to do, that this is purposeful, what we are seeing around the world. She goes on to say that they are trying to destroy the United States and bring this world to its knees. Well, we do know that many of the more progressive individuals like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Anna Presley, Cori Bush, Rashida Tlaib have all said that they want to remove the Constitution, that they want to rewrite the Constitution, the amendments in their personal viewpoint to make it more progressive and socialist. This is part of the transformation of America that we were promised from Barack Obama back in 2008, 2009. America is being transformed. And this is part of that process. And that process means that America does not assert itself. It does not live up to its treaties or to supporting its allies or protecting American citizens overseas. And we have seen that in Afghanistan, Ukraine, Sudan, in Haiti, in Gaza. We're seeing this across the world. And we're seeing its influence in Southeast Asia, the Middle East, and in Europe. So I agree with you there. Hey, Hot Chicks has joined us as well. Thank you. So I'm trying to bring this up because I want you to understand the nature of the problem that we have that is affecting the United States that you're not being told about. These are issues you are not being discussed. We're not hearing about the Philippines that have been begging for 2 years now for the United States to back it up to help support the Philippines against the incursions from China. And rather than supporting our allies, we now see that the United States, when confronted directly by China, China is asserting itself and its Navy and its power of its Navy against the United States, and the United States is running away because Joe Biden runs away. He ran away in Afghanistan from the Taliban. He ran away in Ukraine and told America with Lester Holt, February 2022, went on national TV internationally, told the world that he would not try and help any Americans in the Ukraine before the war started. We saw that he abandoned 16,000 Americans in the Sudan, as I mentioned, last year. And the news media decided in each of these cases, just stop talking about it. Think about it. In Haiti, there is still gang warfare going on in Haiti as we speak, 700 miles from the United States coast. We could be there in 3 hours. Commercial flights can be there in 3 hours. 40,000 Americans live in Haiti. 40,000. The Biden-Harris administration brought home 460. That's actually less. About 260 Americans were rescued by the Biden-Harris administration. That is less than one plane full of Americans out of 40,000 were taken out of that war zone, and the rest are in danger. 700 miles, one plane flight away from America. Think about that. This is the message that the world is seeing. Joe Biden will run from every conflict, and it's not like the gangs in Haiti are a threat to the United States military if we wanted to use that to protect American citizens. Joe Biden's not willing to do that. He's not willing to protect Americans anywhere in the world. This is also why you don't hear about Haiti no longer is in the news. Just like all the other nations where Joe Biden has abandoned Americans, just like when we have abandoned our allies, the news media stops talking about it because it might affect the election. So they no longer talk about the Americans in Haiti, a massive issue so close to our home. They just won't talk about it. And they won't talk about helping any of the Haitians, again, talking about children, talking about moms. The protests that we see across America where they are begging for Hamas to have more and more money. We just gave them $7 billion. And the the progressives aren't satisfied. They want even more. They want tens of billions more given to Hamas. What about the people of Haiti? What about the children and the moms in Haiti? 700 miles away, 3 hours from America. What about them? Oh, they don't care about them. They're not politically expedient, which is why the news media has stopped talking about it. And that's why Joe Biden doesn't mention Haiti. We could do a lot there. They don't care. They don't care. It's not going to help Joe Biden win in the election, so he doesn't care. It's just that simple. Now, the problem that's happening internationally, and Mike Bowie says Biden is threatening to abandon Israel as well. Oh, I'm going to get into that in just a moment. Because it is so much worse, and it is part of this greater problem. But I'm trying to make sure you understand that you are informed about the consequences of what is being done, how America is becoming more and more isolated, not because we choose to be, not because the world doesn't care, but because Joe Biden has left us no other option. No one is trusting us. And as the leader, militarily, economically, in terms of freedom, as the leader of the world, that is a problem. It means they're trying to push us off the top of the hill, that they are trying to supplant us. And Joe Biden is happy to let that happen as long as he gets to maintain power. As long as the progressives get to maintain power, they don't care if America falls off the pinnacle that the rest of the world looks up to. That's scary. And I say that because think about this. It was many people who've been following our program, that have followed our channel for many years, we've been doing political commentary for 18 years now, almost 19 years, real close to 2 decades. And we've been covering every issue you could think of. Something that a lot of people are not familiar with is the fact that we were covering, this is back in 2019. Yeah, 4 years ago, 2019, we were talking about ISIS, and there were Americans who were held, who have been captured. They had converted to ISIS. These are Americans that you see here. Hoda Muthana was an American. She went over to fight with ISIS. She joined ISIS, very much like what we saw at Cornell University, where university students decided to join Hamas and Hezbollah. She joined ISIS to fight against America and Americans. She got caught in that fighting, and she was held by the Kurds in Syria and was held in a prisoner camp because she's ISIS, although she's an American. And they held her there, and she begged and pleaded in 2019 to come home. She was trying to convince us that we should bring her back to America because she felt bad. She didn't want to be a prisoner and held accountable for the terrorism, the acts of terrorism, and the fighting that she committed as a member of ISIS. And we, at the time, 4 years ago, we told you. One, we told you about the story, and two, we told you she should not be returned to America. She should serve her term, her prison sentence for her crimes and be left overseas. We said a very similar thing about Brittany Grimes, the WNBA basketball player, who admitted in court that she illegally brought drugs into Russia. She is a criminal. She admitted that she committed the crime. She did it. It wasn't a question of did she commit the crime or not. She did. And she was being punished. Now, was that punishment fair? Not according to American courts, no. Was it political? Absolutely. And she was counting on the fact that she was a international sports entertainer, and the fact that she's black and a lesbian to allow her to break the law. This is Brittany Griner we're talking about. And it didn't happen. But the Biden administration bent over backwards to get her released. In fact, releasing Victor Bout, the most successful international arms dealer in the world, and released him. The guy they made the movie, The Lord of War, they released that guy so that he could help fund international conflicts like in Africa, civil wars around the world. They released him to get Brittany Griner, a convicted, rightfully convicted criminal, and to bring her home. But there's a difference between Brittany Griner and what we're seeing here with Hoda Muthana. Brittany Griner didn't try to kill anyone. Brittany Griner didn't join ISIS or any other terrorist organization. Brittany Griner was an idiot. She thought her status as an entertainer, her status as a black lesbian would allow her to be able to ignore the law. So call that ignorance, call that hubris. That's one thing. But what we're seeing here is someone who decided to kill other human beings because of her religious ideology, her fanaticism, and she believed, like Hamas, that people who do not agree with her religious beliefs should be killed. And when she was held accountable, much like Brittany Griner, she said, no, but I'm an American. Send me home. Don't hold me accountable. I don't want to go to jail for actually doing what I did. Now, there's a big difference between Brittany Griner and Hoda Muthana. And I think I've made that clear. And we know that Hoda Muthana was kept in prison. But what we're seeing, and the reason why I bring that up and bring that to your attention, which most Americans have forgotten about, is that the Biden administration 5 days ago just took back a bunch of similar members of Americans who joined ISIS, who joined terrorist organizations, and tried to and or did kill individuals because of their religious fanaticism. As members of terrorist organizations, of members of Al-Qaeda and ISIS, they were actively fighting in the war and they got caught. And now they want to come home. And the Biden-Harris administration, very, very quietly, you notice the news is coming from the BBC, not the New York Times, not MSNBC, not CNN, not even Fox. No, the BBC is telling Americans that the Biden-Harris administration is taking back and bringing back home American ISIS members so that they don't have to finish their time, their punishment for killing people because they don't agree with their religious beliefs. This was hidden from the American people. This is something we need to talk about. Just like we needed to talk about Hoda Mutana, well, we have to do this as well. 11 citizens in the United States, 6 individuals from Canada were repatriated, that were brought back, including 4 individuals that are Dutch and a Finnish citizen. These are individuals who all left their countries, and theoretically they all said that they gave up their citizenship in their various countries to join ISIS, to kill people because they didn't like their ideology. This is what happens when you take the protests that we see at the colleges today and you just let it fester. When that isn't resolved, this is what it becomes. And we have seen that at Cornell University, where students of Cornell University joined Hamas and Hezbollah and said that they wanted to persecute their fellow students on American soil because they believed in terrorism. That's what the education system is doing here. Now, the names of the individuals that we do know of that the Biden administration took out of a prison camp for committing acts of terrorism, and they brought them home to Massachusetts. What a shock. Bluer than blue, Massachusetts. They took them from the prison camps and said, hey, go back home to Massachusetts, to Boston, and just be an American citizen. The names are Brandy Salmon, but the other person who I think is more important is Halima Salman, who is now 24. By the way, this is coming from NPR. So this is the coverage that it is getting. NPR says an American family is home after years in a Syrian camp for ISIS militants' relatives. That's not correct. They are lying to you right there. They were in a prison camp. They were in prison because they were members of ISIS and because they were fighting in the war. Not because they're related to someone who was in ISIS. It's because they actively were involved with ISIS. They actively were fighting. And some of them have had children. Those children haven't been separated from their parents. That's why the children are in the prison camp as well, because they're not separating the mom from the kids. And the mom has these kids. So to put this in context, they're lying to you. NPR is trying to get your sympathy on Mother's Day, trying to make you feel bad for this woman who is Halima Salman, who's 24 and has her kids, and her mom, who happens to be Brandy Salman, who both went to Syria to join ISIS, to kill people in the name of ISIS. Brandy, 24, got military training from ISIS. She was trained by ISIS. She was part of a battalion of female fighters for ISIS. And she's now going to go into a courtroom in Brooklyn. Now that the Biden administration brought her back home, she's going to go into a courtroom in Brooklyn and say, no, I was just there. I was married to, and I just happened to be related to members of ISIS. It just so happens that everyone in my family happened to be related to members of ISIS, that she left America to go. Mind you, they were on American soil. They left America, burned the passport, and went to ISIS in the Middle East. This was all voluntary. No one made her leave America. No one made her take her children and went to ISIS. No one forced her to train with ISIS. No one forced her to join a female battalion of fighters for ISIS. No one made her kill innocent civilians for ISIS. Those were all choices she made. And now that she's back, she's saying, I'm a mom. You should forgive me. I'm an American. Let me stay in America, stay home, nice, safe, and sound, and have no repercussion for going and committing international terrorism. Look, on this channel, we have very little, we have no any kind of sympathy for terrorists of any type. We do not support terrorism. We have never supported terrorism. We oppose that vehemently. And whether it's an American or anyone else who is joining groups like ISIS or Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, we will always call them out as the terrorists that they are, and we will oppose that every single time. And we are seeing over and over again, the Biden administration is saying, no, it's okay. We are watching the progressives and who are trained at places like Harvard and MIT, at UCLA, and they are saying, no, it's okay. It's okay for Americans to join terrorist organizations, to take part in terrorist actions, to actively support directly terrorism in the world, and we should fund them and we should forgive them. They want forgiveness for these people, which is why you're not seeing this in the mainstream news, because then America would have to have the conversation that I'm having with you right now, saying, I don't forgive them. Being an American is not an excuse. It is not a get out of jail free card. But we are seeing under the Obama administration, under the Biden administration, under the influence of progressives and socialists from the colleges that we see across this nation, more and more, being an American is a get out of jail free card. It allows individuals, the more progressive you are, the more you are enabled to be able to break law after law after law, both in the United States and around the world. And we should recognize this trend, that we have seen autonomous zones on 30 different colleges across America, exactly the same places that had autonomous zones because of BLM rioting. That isn't a coincidence. And that they are training more and more of their student body and others who are progressive to rise up and fight against fellow American citizens because they don't agree with the way everyone else thinks. That's a problem. Let me go to the comments here. Mike Bowie asks, what did Biden give up to get this woman back home? He didn't have to give up anything. The Kurds were willing to allow America to take them in. We support the Kurds in Syria, and Biden has been fighting. He doubled day one when Biden got into office. His first act, his first executive order was to double the number of American troops in Syria, fighting alongside the Kurds in the Syrian civil war. So they're happy to support him. And it is actually in their interest. They're basically reducing their resources. They're having these camps is a drain on the resources for the Kurds. So it's easier for them to send these people back home. They don't have to have the burden of taking care of these Americans, these Canadians. They don't have to take care of them anymore. They send them back. So I hope that answers your question, Mike Bowie. It's a good question. Hot Chick says, black lesbians are important. Hot Chicks, I'm not saying that black lesbians aren't important. They're fantastic. I have no problem with someone being a lesbian. I have no problem with someone being gay or trans or anything else. Fantastic. You're an American citizen, you're a human being, live your life. My problem is that when someone uses their sexual preference, their color of skin, their occupation as an entertainer, as an example, as a get out of jail free card, as an excuse for their willful and purposeful violation of law. That's where my problem is. And literally, Brittany Griner, the only reason she was released was because she was lesbian, black, and a WNBA player, an entertainer. Because there are Americans right now who are unjustly held by Russia, as well as around the world, that are unjustly held as prisoners. And instead of trying to help any of those innocent people who have declared and are internationally seen as innocent victims of the politics of Putin, rather than helping any of those people get free, Joe Biden picked the black entertainer because she was a lesbian, because he got better optics. Remember how Kamala Harris went right after she got released, when Brittany Griner went back to her job at the WNBA, and Kamala Harris showed up at her first game so she could get a photo op. Yeah, you can't do that with regular citizens. When Joe, who's a plumber, is released by Russia, you're not going to get a photo op when he goes back to work as a plumber. It's not the same thing. It's not going to get the same kind of attention. But Brittany Griner got a bunch of WNBA fans to look at Kamala and go, aren't they great? It was purely political. It was about pandering to votes. That's what it was about. Pandering to the far left, the voting base of the Biden-Harris administration and the Democratic Party. And that's the problem. That's the problem. I have no problem with the black lesbians. I have a problem when they're using that as a political tool, and using that political tool to avoid being punished for crimes they admit they have made. Again, Brittany Griner admits, she admitted in court, she committed the crime. It wasn't in question. Her innocence was never an issue. She wasn't innocent. She's a criminal. She broke the law. And she did it on purpose. But the people in America, there are Americans right now, including a Marine who is being held by Russia, who is adamant that he is innocent. The world courts and many international lawyers have looked at the case and said he's innocent. Joe Biden doesn't care about him. He's a white male. He's a white male. I don't know if he's straight or not, don't care. But he's a white male, former Marine, and he's sitting in a prison right now. Joe Biden could have got him out. Could have made the deal for Brittany Griner and that United States Marine to get them both freed for the most successful international arms dealer in the world. We could have got 2 Americans. Joe Biden didn't care. That's the point. And the world is noticing that. Let me go on. Gray says, I still wonder what happened to Massachusetts. I mean, that is where the Revolutionary War started. They were a huge part of helping us get free of England. Why did it switch sides? Because what's in New England? Harvard, MIT, how many colleges? How many colleges of elitists who are controlled? These colleges are run by progressive socialists who teach students to be more, to become progressive socialists. So the subversion started from the colleges and spread out throughout all of, we're seeing Northeast America, especially in the colleges, where liberals have had most of their control. These are bluer than blue Democratic states. These are progressive states. And so you're seeing that progressivism that has been instilled, indoctrinated from the education system. As these students grow up and they go into politics, they go into business, they bring this institutionalized progressive politics into the workplace with them, into politics with them. They expand that, and that power base gets into our Congress, that goes into the laws. It goes into supporting individuals like Halima Salman, who is an international ISIS fighter who didn't just support terrorism, she was one of the terrorists. And I can say that because she was convicted. That's why she was in a prison camp, because she's guilty. And the only reason why she's alive is because she's an American. That prison camp that she was taken out of, well, that prison camp is only for international members of ISIS, individuals from Canada, from America, from Finland and Denmark and around the world. That's what that camp was created for. These foreigners who joined ISIS that may or may not still have passports and citizenship in other parts of the world. That's why she was in that camp. That's what that camp was created for. By the way, it really pissed me off when I look at that. Let me take a moment here. Look at the headline. I want you to see this. I want you to think about this for a second to see how they are trying to deceive you. NPR says, an American family is home after years in a Syrian camp. This is them pulling on your heartstrings. They want you to sympathize with these individuals. They're in ISIS militant. They were just relatives of people who were ISIS. No. And then they tell you, oh yeah, by the way, she was trained and was fighting as a member of ISIS. She's an ISIS fighter. But the headlines, but they don't expect you to actually read that. All they want you to say is, and it's an American family. We have to take care of them. No, it's a bunch of ISIS fighters. By the way, if you look at the news from the what is it? This is the Times out of the United Kingdom. ISIS bride and 9 children return to U.S. from Syria. 2 dozens are repatriated from camps for families of Islamist militants. The reason why they're being repatriated is because every time that they have requested to come home, the United States government said, no. 1, you gave up United States citizenship. 2, you're an international criminal. You're a terrorist. You were caught committing acts of terrorism. We don't want you. You have a life prison sentence. You're going to serve it. Period. That's why they haven't been coming home, because they're criminals and they're living out their penalty, their crimes. That's why. And they burned up their citizenship. They rejected their citizenship to be members of ISIS. That's why they haven't come back home. That's why they weren't repatriated. These aren't American citizens anymore because of their own actions. But you notice that the news, they keep avoiding mentioning U.S. repatriates, 11 Americans and 6 Canadians. They leave out that were members of ISIS, that gave up their citizenship, that were actively committing acts of terrorism. In each and every one of the stories, you're not supposed to think about that. You're not supposed to consider that. That's terrifying to me. Let me go back to some of the comments here. Hot Chick says she's going to get probation for life. No, she's probably going to be absolved and just set free. That's what they were trying to do for Hoda Muthana, is they wanted her to just come back home and she's an American citizen, let them go. That's the argument that's being made for these individuals when they come back. Oh, you're a member of ISIS? Yeah, but I'm an American citizen. Okay, well, go ahead. You've been in prison for a few years. That crime wasn't in the United States. It is an international crime. Being a member of ISIS and committing acts of terrorism is an international crime. But, you're an American citizen. You're here. Do you feel bad? Yes, I feel very bad. Can I come home? Sure, okay. And you're in Boston. Go ahead. Go live your life. No one's going to pay attention to you. No restrictions. No penalties. You're not going to be on probation. They just let them go free. That's what happens. Grace says, that's very sad and sickening. They should be teaching American values, not the crap that they have been at these colleges. Yeah, they should. I agree. But they're not. And that's just the reality. But again, I want you to know what the news media doesn't want to tell you. They don't want you to focus on this story. That's why it's not a national story. It wasn't in 2019. It's not now. They do not want you to think about it. They do not want you to focus on this. And they are very quietly bringing in these members of ISIS back into America. And I have to ask you the question, do you think if they went to such an extreme to become a member of ISIS, do you trust when they come back to America that they're going to stop being members of ISIS? Or do you think that when they come back, they're going to go right over to Harvard, they're going to go over to Yale, they're going to go to MIT, they're going to run into Columbia and UCLA, and they're going to continue with their anti-Semitic terrorist rhetoric? Which one do you think is more likely? It's just a question, and you can tell me what you think, but I tend to believe that these individuals, they're going to still be just as anti-Semitic, they're going to be just as pro-ISIS, they're going to be just as fanatical and terroristic, and they're just going to go to where other people like them, other fanatics are, which happens to be at our colleges, and they're going to help promote more fanaticism in America. This is the problem. Mike Boyer says, if they do not pledge allegiance to the Constitution, they should not be allowed back. Well, Mike, it's not that they aren't pledging allegiance. They literally, in many of these cases, like with Hoda Muthana as an example, and you can go back to the story that I covered on her. I have all the sources in the news on that article. But Hoda Muthana, she gave up her American citizenship. They burned their American citizenship. So it's not that they aren't swearing allegiance to the Constitution. They literally have rejected America. They rejected their existence as Americans. And now, because they're being punished for their acts of international terrorism, now they want to reclaim their citizenship. They want to return and be forgiven, which I do not agree with. I do not agree with that. But that's me. Again, if there is anyone who disagrees, this channel isn't about me telling you what to believe. You may say, I know there are many individuals who are progressive, who are leftist, who are Democrat, even individuals who are libertarian, Green Party that watch this program. Some of them are elected officials, and they may be saying right now, I disagree with you, Mike. Okay, why? Tell me why we should repatriate these terrorists. Even though they happen to be Americans, they're terrorists. Why should we take them back? Why should we forgive the crimes, the acts of terrorism they have done around the world? Because it's a mom? Because it's a woman? Is that your reasoning? Is that the reason why we will ignore their acts of murder and death and destruction around the world? We should just forgive that because it's a mom. That's the argument that we're getting from Harvard. That's the argument we're getting from Binghamton University. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's a valid argument. If you do, please, you can call into the program at 929-715-8569, or you can leave a comment on Rumble. You can super chat me on Rumble. You can leave a comment here on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, and tell me why. Tell me why you think I'm wrong. I don't think I am. I don't think most Americans, when given the evidence, when given the background and told the truth as internationally verified, it's not just my opinion, it's not my truth. This is the evidence internationally. When Americans are aware of that, when the world becomes aware of that, I believe they tend to agree with me, not with progressives. But, it's up to the audience. You can tell me. But since we are talking about ISIS, when we're talking about Al-Qaeda, we're talking about terrorism around the world and the nature of the Biden-Harris administration, America at this moment, and how we have been enabling terrorism around the world, and we have been rewarding terrorism around the world. And trust me, if you are a member of ISIS, you've been captured, you've been put into a prison, and you are able to leave that prison to come back to America to just live your life, to not be in prison, but just to go randomly and be an American citizen, that is a reward. There is no question about that. They are rewarding Americans, for being members of ISIS. They are rewarding them. And that brings me to what's going on with Joe Biden right now. He came out yesterday talking about he's in Seattle, and he says, well, a ceasefire is possible, and the problem isn't Israel. He confirms what we have been saying on this channel since October 7th. Release the hostages. Does Hamas, if you're a member, someone living in Gaza, and you want humanitarian aid, get rid of Hamas, give us the hostages. It is that simple. It has been that every time. The ceasefire that happened in November, what did they do? They gave back the hostages. They got humanitarian aid. It was very simple. Same thing everyone has been saying. Everyone in the world has agreed, except Hamas, to the same thing. Give the hostages back, you get ceasefire and humanitarian aid. That's something we believe in on this channel. Give us the hostages back, you can get humanitarian aid. Hell, when I was talking with Lars Mapstead, the candidate for the Libertarian Party, he said the same thing. Give us the hostages back. That is the first step in getting a ceasefire, in ending the war that Hamas started. The answer is in Hamas's hand. Everyone agrees on that. And Joe Biden has held them accountable for this to an extent. And I want you to understand something, because you're told something that's in commercials, and you've been seeing a lot of commercials on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter. You've been seeing a lot of commercials of late. Oops. Excuse me. There we go. You've been seeing a lot of commercials of late that have been saying, oh, but look at the children, look at all the kids in Hamas, look at the destruction. It's so terrible. By the way, it's a war. Again, going back to the comparison to what's happening in Darfur. Darfur is a genocide. Hamas, Gaza, that's a war zone. There is a difference. There is a massive difference. And one of the things that's very important is you keep hearing the left saying, oh, it's 34,000 Palestinians were killed. That is a lie. Let's stop with that lie. That is what Hamas wants you to believe. Hamas, who is right now, Qatar, Iran, are buying all the commercials. Those commercials are coming from terrorists telling you, please support Hamas. Please, you want to save the children? Help Hamas. Hamas can do it themselves. Just give back the hostages. Alive and or dead. They've been killing hostages. Give back the hostages, and if they're dead, give back their bodies. Give us our people first. It's that simple. They don't want to do that. And you should wonder, and why are they trying to sell you on, well, there's 33,000, it's just a slaughter, it's a slaughter. Antony Blinken on the 12th, today, 9:30 a.m., confirms what we already know. There's 14,000, that number of 33,000 Palestinians, yeah, half of them are Hamas fighters. They're terrorists. They're fighting the war. Half of them. That's not. You notice when we talk about wars, we have the soldiers and then we have the civilians. They're not the same number. We don't throw them all together and say, here's just one big number. We talk about World War I, World War II, Korean War, Vietnam War. You name the war, there are the combatants, and then there are the civilians. There's a difference. Those numbers aren't the same. They're not all we throw them all together and say, oh, well, that's just it. No, there's the soldiers, the fighters, the combatants, and then there's the civilians. But they're using this against you. Hamas and the news media have convinced you that it's all 33,000 Palestinians are just innocent civilians. No, they're not. All 1,200 of the Israelis and Americans and British, all the people, all the civilians that were killed on October 7th, yeah, they were all civilians. That's why there was over 1,200 of them. All of the people who were taken hostage by Hamas on October 7th, over 250 people from the United States, Nepal, Thailand, the United Kingdom, all around the world, 54 different countries. Those people, yeah, they were civilians. They're all in the same number. But when we're talking about Hamas, yeah, Hamas aren't, we don't count Hamas as part of the Palestinians because they're not civilians. They are an army. They are combatants. They are terrorists. They don't count. So if you were to get actual, real news, just like Antony Blinken, Secretary of the United States under the Biden-Harris administration, as he admits, half of all the people that the news media is telling you, it's a massacre. No, half of them are military soldiers. Half of them are fighters, combatants. Don't be fooled. And by the way, when you understand that, and when you understand how clear that is, that half of the people are actually military fighters, you suddenly realize this is one of the least deadly conflicts, wars with civilians. There were more civilians killed in, I'm not talking about the number of civilians, I'm talking about the percentage. How many soldiers versus the ratio of soldiers versus citizens. World War I, World War II, Korean War, Vietnam, and virtually every war around the world, there are more civilians killed in those wars than what we are seeing in the war with Hamas and Israel right now. Israel is being extremely careful if we were to compare it to any other war in the world, in the history of mankind. There are fewer civilians dying in the war than in any other war, which is not a description of a genocide. But you see, if you say it this way, if you understand the reality of warfare, if you understand the reality of the combatants that are in this war, if you understand the reality of the numbers, the statistics, and I'm not saying it's good that civilians are dying. I'm not. But but let's not be children. It is war. Civilians die. That is a fact. This isn't a genocide. This isn't terrorism. This is a war. It's a declared war. So this isn't like something secretive or someone's just trying to manipulate. They declared war based on being attacked like the United States was with Pearl Harbor. We were attacked. We declared war. We killed a lot of Japanese, many of them civilians. It's called Nagasaki. Yeah. Did we forget about that? Hiroshima. Civilians. That was enormous versus the number of soldiers we killed. One of the worst displays of nuclear barbarism in the world at this time. Let's be honest about it. So, no, Israel's being very kind if we're to be honest about this. And we can't talk about this unless we are being honest, because everything else is manipulation. And if you're being manipulated, then we're talking about the political advantage someone is getting on your back. And if there's anyone on the left who disagrees with me, if there's any progressive out there, any politician out there, any political candidate out there that disagrees with my assessment as I have presented it to you, with the evidence that I am presenting to you, please, I'm happy to hear your voice. Leave me a message or call in. I'm happy to have that discussion. But there is a reason why they don't discuss this with the American people, why they try to hide this from you, why they try and get to your feelings, why they target your feelings without giving you the facts, while hiding the facts as often as possible. Let's see. Let's see. Grace says, Biden took the oath on the Bible. He hasn't taken it very seriously. Well, a lot of people would say that. A lot of people would say that. So we know, and it has been confirmed, and multiple news sources are confirming this, by the way. So this is from the Times of India. And the Times of India even have quoted Joe Biden that there would be a ceasefire tomorrow if Hamas would release the hostages. But they won't. So everyone in these colleges across America, UCLA, Binghamton University, Cornell University, Harvard, Columbia, here's your answer. Tell Hamas the problem isn't Israel. The problem isn't the United States or any other nation in the world. Everyone in the world has recognized, and everyone in the world is putting out the news so that everywhere that Hamas looks, everywhere that Iran is looking, they know what the answer. If they want to end this, if they want to get humanitarian aid, it is as simple as give back the hostages. We have been saying that. I recognized that back on October 8th when we first heard about the hostages in the first place. Give back the hostages. It ends everything. The path to peace, or at least stability, is getting the hostages back. You want ceasefire? Give back the hostages. Everything you want, give back the hostages. Why won't Hamas do that? I have an answer on why they won't do it. It's very important. I want you to understand. The reason why Hamas will not give back the hostages is because most of them are dead. Because I fear, this is my opinion, this is my speculation, but I want you to understand the reason. And I've discussed it on the program before, but for those who are new, for those who have not seen it, because some people want to clip this and send it out to others, let me be clear. Hamas killed hostages, including American hostages. Very likely, all of the remaining American hostages, possibly 22 of them, are all dead. The British hostages, which are 17 of them, are dead. Many of the Israelis are dead. We're talking about another 150 hostages that remain held, being tortured and sexually abused by Hamas as we speak, as confirmed by the UN. They're dead, many of them. Hamas knows this. And these aren't individuals who were killed by accident or on purpose, however you want to describe it, by Israel. Because if they were, Hamas would have already given us their names. They would have described the situation. They would have provided the evidence. Because there were 3 hostages that were killed by Israel. And the world was given all the information about how those 3 hostages were killed, and Israel got all the blame. We had the evidence, and everyone said, stop doing that. We understood it. There was feedback. There was support for Hamas the second that Israel did that. If they could prove that Israel had killed any other additional hostages, Hamas would instantly give it to the world because it would support them. They would get more support and more power internationally. The fact that they haven't done that, and we know that some at least 40 hostages are dead, about a third of the remaining hostages at least are dead. They haven't told anyone about this. Well, that means they did it. The torture, the sexual abuse that they have been committing on these people since October 7th resulted in their deaths. Not Israel. Hamas did that. You know, for all those people over at the colleges, yeah, Hamas did that. They killed the hostages through torture and sexual abuse. You still want to support them? Let's go on. So Hamas knows that they killed at least a third of all the remaining hostages, including individuals, I believe, from the United Kingdom, the United States. And knowing that Americans do not like when you kill our people, especially when you kill innocent civilians by torture, then that really, and sexual abuse, that really ticks off America. Case in point, 9/11. Very clear. We get hyper reactive. And the world is terrified of America because we're cowboys. We are. There is no such thing as overkill. There is no such thing as the bomb is too big. The gun is too big. There isn't. We will use the biggest bombs that the world has ever seen, and we did. The world doesn't use nukes to attack other people. America did. Twice. We are cowboys. We are overreactive. We do overkill as a routine. That is part of our military operations. Overkill. Absolutely. So the world is terrified. And Hamas is rightly terrified that when the American people, because it will get out to the American people, the news around the world will talk about this when these hostages, when these bodies are returned. At some point, that's going to get to the American people. And if the reaction of the American people is even close to the reaction that we saw at 9/11, Hamas is terrified they will be wiped out. And it's a very real fear. It is quite possible that when those American bodies are returned on the tarmac, on the planes, and they're coming back, American civilians in coffins because Hamas tortured and sexually abused them to death, yeah, there will be an outrage in America. And Hamas is terrified. So Hamas wants the agreements, the ceasefire. The one thing that's not in the ceasefire agreements is retaliation. They want to be protected from America, from the United Kingdom, from the rest of the world, that when they give over all the dead bodies that they killed, that no one can retaliate against them. That they are going to be like Brittany Griner. They're going to get away with it. Like Hoda Muthana and the other American ISIS members, that they're going to be free and clear. Their crimes will be absolved and no one will ever think about it again. That they can kill Americans both as an act of terror and as an act of torture, and they will get away with it. That's what this is about. That's why the ceasefire hasn't happened yet. It's not that they don't know that the second day, that if they said right now, if they said we're giving up the hostages, there'd be a ceasefire. They know this. That's been part of the negotiations since November. For 5 months, they have been told, give the hostages, you get a ceasefire. The fighting will stop. They've been told that for 5 months in a row. They know this. It's not a question of, gee, they didn't know. It's they're afraid of the consequences. They know what they did, and they are terrified that when the American people finally get the full story, not the watered down version that MSNBC and the New York Times and the Democratic Party are trying to put out there. When the American people eventually, before or after the election, find out what they did, how they tortured Americans, how they sexually abused Americans for months on end until they killed those Americans, they want protection. They're not stupid. They want protection, and they know they will need protection. And that's the part of the negotiation that's been holding it up. Because no one in the world, not the United Kingdom, not the United States, not Israel, not Thailand, Nepal, nobody is saying, oh, but we won't hold you accountable. You killed our people through torture. You killed our people through sexual abuse. No one has said, we will forgive that. And that's why they won't give up the bodies, why they won't give up the civilians. And I absolutely tell the Biden administration and to Democrats and to these college students, do not agree to forgive Hamas and Iran and Hezbollah and the Houthis. Do not forgive them their torture. Do not forgive their sexual abuse against hostages that they took when they started a war. Do not let them free, let them off the hook. Do not do that. Hold them accountable for every single life they have taken. But that's me. Maybe everyone else disagrees. Maybe. Grace says, it won't end. When we see what they did to them, when we see what they have done to the hostages, it will get worse for them. That's why they won't do it. I guarantee you, if Joe Biden eventually says that there will be no retaliation, that the American hostages, when we get them back, alive or dead, that will be the end. We will give humanity, mark my words, Joe Biden is going to promise that he will give even more, billions and billions more of your tax money to Hamas, the terrorist organization. He's going to give it to them because we got the bodies back. Even though they're dead, even though they were tortured, he's going to be, America's going to be nice, and we're going to forget about this moment, and we're going to help feed the people that killed our people. That's what he's going to do. He's going to say it. Grace says, I am so proud to be considered a, quote, cowboy. I wouldn't mind being one either. Hey, I have no problem with American overkill. I have no problem with that. If the world is terrified of American you know what? The world isn't terrified enough of American overkill. Yes, I'm a Marine. Yes, I'm part of those crazy people who enacted overkill, I guess you could say. But, yeah. I want the world to be terrified. I want Iran, Hezbollah, Houthis, Hamas, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, the Taliban. I want the terrorists of the world to be absolutely terrified of the overkill that America is capable of, so that they don't go around capturing and killing and torturing and sexually abusing American civilians all across the world. Yes, I want them terrified of that. Absolutely. You know what? The Russians, the most effective policy that Russia, under the Soviets, or since, they have one massively successful policy when it came to terrorism. They would clear the room, shoot everyone. Now, I don't recommend this. I'm not recommending it as a policy. But the reason why you almost never hear of acts of terrorism against Russia. You don't hear no one takes their people hostage. They don't target their people as hostages. Why is that the case? Why are they virtually one of the only nations in the world that the terrorists don't target? Because the Russians' answer is kill everyone, shoot them all, and shoot them dead. You see the terrorists, shoot them dead. Oh, but there's a civilian in the way. Shoot through the civilian, shoot the terrorists. That's the Russian policy. And it is terrifying. It is devastating. It is horrendous. It's also effective. And that's why terrorists don't bother with Soviet citizens. It's not cost effective because the government's just going to come in and shoot everyone. They're not going to negotiate. You're not going to gain anything. They're just going to come in and shoot everybody. And then if they can save the civilians afterwards, they will. But they'll shoot everyone. They assume their policy is everyone is dead. That's how the Soviets start their negotiation. Their reaction to crisis is, to terrorism is, everyone's already dead. They're already dead. So they just go in and shoot everyone. It's terrifying, but it's effective. Because it's not cost effective. Well, I don't recommend going in and just shooting everyone in the room. I think that's wrong. But I do believe in overkill. When we find out who the bad guy is, there is no bomb big enough. There is no gun shooting fast enough. There aren't enough guns. Overkill. We will go after the bad guys with everything we've got, and we've got a lot. And we're the only ones in the world that will use it all. Terrify them, dazzle them with our overkill. I believe in that. I truly do. I think it's an effective means of stopping people. It will give every terrorist in the world pause, knowing that we're going to be dropping fuel air bombs on their bases because we know they did it. I don't know, but perhaps I'm too emotional. Perhaps I'm too radical, and that's fine. I may well be. That's why I have this conversation with you. I understand I could be too emotional. That's why I want cooler heads to exist. And I'm going to give one answer which may be a very extreme answer. I do not deny that. But now you know where, here's one solution, and it's damn effective. What's the counteroffer? Where's the middle ground? Negotiate with me. See, Hamas doesn't want a strong leader who starts with, we're going to drop fuel air bombs on you because you killed our people and you tortured to death our people. We're dropping fuel air bombs on you. Wait. You need to calm down. See, that's what the president should start with. And then have Congress and the world say, no, calm down, please calm down, you crazy cowboy Americans. Calm down. Guys, give us all, and turn to Hamas and say, give us all the people responsible for killing those Americans. Turn over all of them. Tell the Palestinian people to vote out of office Hamas. Change your government, or these crazy Americans, these cowboy Americans, are going to fuel bomb Hamas. It'll be effective. Maybe it's me. But I want you to understand how different this is. And mind you, the rest of the world knows that what is being proposed by the Biden-Harris administration, what is being proposed by the colleges like Harvard and UCLA and Binghamton University and Columbia, it isn't effective. They know this because, look, this is coming from The Guardian. Banning arms export, as Joe Biden is doing, turning his back on our ally, our only ally in the Middle East, his efforts to help terrorists is going to backfire. This is from David Cameron, the Foreign Secretary for the United Kingdom. And in this, he says, Hamas have been offered a deal which would release hundreds of prisoners from Israeli jails that would provide a pause in the fighting to get desperately needed aid into Gaza. And they are not taking the deal because Hamas doesn't care about Palestinians any more than does Egypt or Iran or anyone else in the Middle East. No one cares about the Palestinians. This isn't about the Palestinians. They know they could free Palestinians. They know they could get food and water and humanitarian aid tomorrow. They don't care. And Biden trying to shackle the Israeli government, our only ally, is not helping us get any of the Americans back, alive or dead. Bernie Sanders, in siding with Hamas, is not helping America get back our hostages today or in the future. In fact, Bernie Sanders, these colleges, the Democratic Socialists of America, are endangering Americans more than ever before. They are rewarding terrorism. I want you to think about that. And I know no one in CNBC, MSNBC, New York Times, they won't tell you the honest truth. They will not tell you about the consequence of what Bernie Sanders, the Democratic Socialists of America, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, they're not telling you what the consequences of the Biden-Harris policy is. And the consequence is you will be in danger. There will be more terrorists trying to cross the southern border, as they're doing right now. 173 of them in 2023. In the first 3 months of 2024, 69. The numbers are increasing. The danger and threat to Americans domestically is increasing almost exponentially, as well as the threat overseas in every one of these countries and more. Let me go back to some of the comments. Dal says, and by the way, folks, Dal and Grace and Hot Chicks, everyone is, and Mike Bowie, I love that you all are commenting. I am open to hearing comments from anyone. If you disagree, you will not be disrespected as long as you are respectful. If you disagree, just say you disagree. I'm willing to hear that. I'm willing to hear from the left, from the Democratic Socialists. I'm willing to hear from them and say, what's your counter argument? Let's have that conversation. Or even if you think, Mike, you've gone too far. Okay, tell me why. So Dal says, the only bargaining chip that they, I believe he means ISIS, have is the open border to apply pressure domestically. Look at the protests. We have local populations that are easily swayed to take up the cause for Hamas. Yes. He goes on to say, wouldn't be surprised if America actually applied huge pressure to get the information on the hostages they might, quote, negotiate, utilizing the unknown of the numbers of agents within our borders. I think Dal is saying that Hamas could be having backdoor deals, trying to say, look, we have terrorists in America. We will give up those terrorists. We will let you know how many terrorists have actually gotten into America under the Biden-Harris administration in the last 3 years. Among those 8 million illegal aliens that entered America, yeah, it's not just 173 terrorists that entered. It's not the 69 that entered or tried to enter in 2024. There's more. We'll give you those people. Just don't retaliate. That could be a conversation that is happening. I don't think it is. I don't think it is because they don't need to, because Biden is bending over backwards. The progressives in our government, as well as in our education system, are bending over backwards to forgive anything and everything the terrorists do. And the reason for that, by the way, why are they doing that? Because their ideology, the progressive ideology, the Democratic Socialist ideology, is that small equals, if you're small, then you don't have power, and therefore you have to be given power. That's their big thing. So that's why they're into minorities and minority voices. They say, well, you have to emphasize the small voices because they don't have power. You have to give them power. You have to support them with your power so that their voices can be heard, because otherwise it's racist or sexist and so forth. It's all a function of power. And because progressives and socialists are a small part of America, they are a fringe element of American politics. No matter how big their voices are, they are fringe. So if we're giving power to small groups, well, they are a small group. They want more power, and this is the way to get it. And I guarantee you, the moment that they become bigger, they're going to change it. And it's like, power is not a function of racism or sexism. That's ridiculous, because that has nothing to do with it. That's the way they're playing that game. But let me go on. Dow says, the overkill strategy has basis in Teddy Roosevelt's foreign policy, speak softly and carry a big stick. Yes, it does. It is the diplomacy of 85% of the rest of the world that is effective because they respect it. Yeah, it's hard not to respect. I've got the big stick and I will use it. Yes. Only Western Europe and the United States think strongly worded letters without action would work as an effective form of diplomacy, as it is part of the game. Well, it is part of the game. I give you the letter that says, here's my first offer. I'm going to be nice. By the way, if you don't accept this, the next offer is a stick. You can have the letter and we can go and have the discussion, or I can hit you with a stick. It's your choice. And by the way, when you have a stick, I have a redwood tree. I'm going to hit you with a redwood tree. You're going to hit me with a twig. We know what's going to happen if that comes to that. So instead, read the letter and let's have the negotiation. Let's sit down and talk. Because I got plenty of redwoods. You don't have a lot of twigs, and I have a lot of redwoods. See, and it's an effective way of having negotiations. It's politics. And Grace says she agrees with my ideology there. And it seems that the YouTube is playing with the algorithms again because I'm saying things that are unpleasant for Silicon Valley. I'm saying things that's unpleasant about the colleges that they went to. I'm saying things that are unpleasant for the progressive democratic socialist ideology. And I'm highlighting the failures of those policies and their candidate, Joe Biden. I'm not fortifying the 2024 election like they would want me to. Well, I don't care. That's not my job. I'm not here to boost their ideology. I'm here to let you think. And whether or not you agree or disagree with the ideology is up to you. That's your choice. I'm not here to mandate that you obey. I'm here to ask you to think. That's it. It's just that simple, folks. That's what I do. They don't like that. They don't want you to think. They don't want you to consider what I'm talking about, the benefits and or the weaknesses of it. They don't want you to consider what parts of it might be good or bad. They want you to simply obey. And that's not been effective. And I do find it's very insulting that Joe Biden, who has said Israel has a right to defend itself, Israel has a right to respond. This has come from Antony Blinken, Joe Biden, Rishi Sunak out of the United Kingdom, the world, even the UN have said, yes, October 7th, Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel has a right to respond. And now the world is trying to say, oh, but you can only defend yourself and you can only respond in the way we like. Who gives you that right? Seriously. Netanyahu said he's going to go into Rafah because that's where ISIS is. And he's told all the civilians for a week, get out. And he said he wants to go after Hamas. He's going after them. He's told the civilians, go. He's given them more than a week. He's saying, get on out. I want Hamas. And Joe Biden's there going, no, you can't go after them. Why not, Joe Biden? Because Joe Biden's offers of timidity, of appeasement, Joe Biden has failed. Because Hamas is not willing to do anything Joe Biden says. They don't respect Joe Biden. They don't fear Joe Biden. They don't fear America under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And that is the problem. I truly believe that. You know what, even John Bolton, and some people will agree with him or not, he was a member of the U.S. representative at the UN. John Bolton is an international expert in policy. Whether you like him or not, whether he's Republican enough or too much for you, that's your choice. But John Bolton, as he states, the West will soon pay for Joe Biden's betrayal. Joe Biden, in taking the actions he has with Israel, and we see around the rest of the world, understand the world is seeing that Joe Biden is not standing by his ally. He has abandoned Americans across the world, more and more of them every single year, because he's pandering for votes. Joe Biden is willing to throw his ally, America, our ally, under a bus to support terrorists that kill American citizens because of votes. There is no reason to trust Joe Biden. There is no ally in the world. China is now, the Philippines have been asking for 2 years for Joe Biden to do something to get the pressure off of them from China. Joe Biden did nothing. And China has no respect. They have lost so much respect that now, as we showed you earlier, now China is trying to bully U.S. Navy, the U.S. military, because they know Joe Biden will fold. Joe Biden is not to be respected, nor is he to be feared. This is what John Bolton is talking about. The world is watching this, and it is getting more and more militarized because no one fears or respects the United States under a Biden administration or any progressive socialist, because America's weak. And if America's weak, everything that America was controlling afterwards becomes up for grabs. You can take anything and anyone that America was protecting before. They're no longer safe. They're no longer protected. It is a free-for-all. Does that make sense, folks? Does that make sense why I say these things? Okay, so let me go back. Hal has joined us. Hello, Hal. Thank you for being here with us. And Hal says, that's my wife's diplomacy. First offer, she's being nice. Second offer, then she makes the second offer, accept or get the stick. Hal, and I agree with your wife. I may word it less nicely than you have that your wife may do. I'm wording it perhaps less nicely than Antony Blinken could be doing, the CIA directors could be doing, that Joe Biden absolutely could be doing. I'm not saying it can't be worded better than I have worded it. But then again, I'm not an international representative of the United States. I'm not an elected official. So I am brusque. I am harsh. I am blunt. But your wife understands it. I understand it. And I think we all as Americans understand it. Yes, it could be said better. I agree with you, Hal. It could be said better, and your wife has it. But I think we all universally understand. We have already tried the nights. We've been very, very nice for 7 months. We've been very, very nice for 3 years in Southeast Asia. We have been very, very nice in Europe. We need to do something different. We have been exceedingly nice and beneficial. We bent over backwards at our southern border. And now we're even being so nice as to take Americans who rescinded their American citizenship, who joined ISIS to kill American citizens. This is the purpose of many of these, as I showed you with Hoda Muthina and with Halim Salma. These are individuals who are trained to kill American soldiers, kill Americans as well as others around the world for not believing what ISIS believes. And we're taking them back home as if, they were just on a camping trip. No, we need the stick. We need the stick. So Grace says, just wait until January 2025. That will change. We will become cowboys again, as Trump would say, quote, survive until 2025. I think that's interesting. I think it's important. Maybe, again, some people may not agree with me. I mean, we can't just ignore this. By the way, this is how bad it is. Iran, Hamas, are trying to use the inaction of the Biden administration, use the pandering of the Biden-Harris administration to try and get the UN to recognize them as a nation. They're trying to create a nation that doesn't exist on land that isn't theirs. By the way, the land, Gaza, yeah, that's Israeli land. The Israelis, and you can't say it's Israeli land. The Israelis won the war. It's their land. It's that simple. That's how countries create their lands and their borders. Conquest. You don't just walk in. If you're lucky, you get to buy it, like the Louisiana Purchase. But overwhelmingly and historically, the way that a country expands its gets its land and expands it, war. And Gaza is the spoil of war for Israel. Let's be honest. It's not the Palestinians, it's Israel. But they want to make their own nation. And again, this goes to the recognition. You cannot have the two-state solution. It will never work. Not because of Israel, it's because of Hamas. I'm not even saying it's the Palestinians. I'm sure the Palestinian people could come to an agreement with Israel and have two separate states. I'm sure they could do it and have peace. Hamas doesn't believe in peace. Hamas believes in genocide. Harvard, Columbia University, Binghamton University, Cornell University, UCLA, they believe in genocide. Let's be honest with each other. You may not like the wording. You may not like the way I say it. It is the end result. That is the brass tack. They believe in genocide. And they believe in genocide against Israel, as well as anyone else that does not believe what Iran believes. Let's be honest. That is the brass tack. And the two-state solution, I don't care how many members of the UN vote for Palestine, because they're not. They're voting for Hamas. They're voting for terrorism. And they're voting for it because they don't like Israel. They don't like the United States. This is their way to smack the United States. This is politicking, because no one cares about the Palestinian people. If they did, they'd be telling Hamas, they'd be forcing Hamas. If you want a two-state solution, real simple. Get rid of Hamas and say that Palestine will peacefully coexist with Israel. That's all it takes. Get rid of Hamas, make the Charter of Palestine that says that they will live in peace with Israel. That's all it takes to have a two-state solution. Hamas will never and has never said that. In fact, they have said the exact opposite. Thus, you cannot have a two-state solution. Anyone who is telling you that there should be a two-state solution is either pandering for votes or too stupid to understand the situation. That is as simple as it gets. Now, if there are people who are listening to this, I'm just reading through some of the comments here. And we're going to take a break very shortly. But if you think I'm wrong, if you think, Mike, you don't understand, fair enough, maybe you think I don't. I'm happy to hear the counter offer. I'm happy to hear your opinion that says, Mike, but you're wrong. Okay, prove it to me. Give me that evidence. Show me why you think I am wrong. It's not enough to just say, but Mike, I disagree. Where's your evidence? Show me that. Show me the proof. Let me see here. One second, folks. 1 second. By the way, if you thought that the situation is getting better, it's not. Iran is increasingly open about its rhetoric about atomic bombs. They are talking more and more about using atomic weapons nuclear weapons against Israel. It's not about the Iran nuclear deal. They don't care about that. And as we said, the day that Iran decided to attack Israel, Pandora's box is open. You can never go back. Iran was always terrified of attacking Israel because it never ends. Once they start attacking, they have to continue. Iran did this to make themselves look like they're the biggest dog in the Middle East, that they're the ones that can do what no other nation would dare do, because Israel has beaten everyone else all at the same time throughout its history. The 7-Day War, which was about Israel and Jordan and all of them attacking Israel at the same time, and Israel won. only Iran, so they say, has had the balls to attack Israel and not lose. That's the reasoning. And now to follow that up, it's not enough. Because, of course, Israel responded. It's never enough. Iran wants to kill the little devil. That's Israel. They want to kill the big devil. That's the United States. They will never stop. They have never stopped in over 40 years. Since 1980, the Ayatollah has consistently said virtually every single day, kill America, kill Israel. And this is how they get there. And now that they have said they will directly risk war by attacking Israel itself, and that means that they are willing to go to war with the United States under a strong president, that they are willing to go to war with that, well, then nuclear weapons are on the table. It's the only way they could possibly win that war. Not to fight a war, to win the war. Because they can't beat America. And they know it. And they realistically can't beat Israel either. Not without nukes. That's the reality of where we are right now in the world. That is the truth. People may not like it, but that's it. And by the way, we also are starting to hear from this channel, we have been saying for years now, please go back, look at our Sunday shows. We've been saying for years that the next target after the Ukraine is Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, and Poland. That has been the fear from the moment that Joe Biden was encouraging Putin to go and take over the Ukraine, which he did, that was December of 2021, that the fear was that Poland, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania were all terrified that Russia will not stop with Ukraine. They are next. And now, as of May 9th, on Bloomberg, we are starting to hear more and more individuals start to talk about this. Talk about the U.S. A former U.S. retired admiral is agreeing with me. Our predictions, our comments here with you guys tend to be more accurate and be more truthful than you may realize. The media eventually gets to the truth we've been talking about on this channel for years because we don't care about the politics. We're not playing politics with you. We're not treating you like children. We're treating you like adults. And whether you agree or not, that's fine. And we allow, when we're wrong, point it out. We're wrong. And when we're right, we're going to also tell you that too. Okay, so we've been on for 2 hours. Wow, 2 hours. It flies so fast. By the way, folks, if you've been here for the last 2 hours or any part therein, you found this to be interesting, informative, educational, entertaining, whatever the words are, helps you go to sleep at night, whatever the case is, please give us a like, a share, subscribe. That's all we ask for. It costs you nothing. But as we know from comments earlier today, we know that social media giants are suppressing this. They're making it hard for people to make comments, to hear this, to see this. They don't want you to engage your brain. We do. And because of that, we only ask for one thing. Please like, share, subscribe. That's it. Those three things. Like, share, and subscribe. Let more people hear it. Do you want to hear what the progressives have to say in response to me? Fantastic. Share this with them. Let's hear their comments. You want them to come on and talk about this live? Fantastic. Share this, like this, subscribe, so that the algorithm will put this in front of them, just like they try to put The View in front of me and you. They're trying to shove The View and the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times. They're trying to shove the left-leaning news media, MSNBC, down your throat every day. How about some fair play? Help us reach 5,000 subscribers so that we can reach them too. And let's hear what they have to say when faced with facts from around the world. Not their truth, but the truth. Let's have that conversation. All it takes is a like, a share, subscribe. That's it. And if you can afford $1.50 per month, and I know it's a recession. We've been calling the recession since August of 2022. We know about the global food crisis. We started talking about that in February of 2022. We've been warning people about the recession actually since February of 2021. We knew that there was a financial collapse coming to America. We knew about the recession in August, but we knew about it in February of 2021. We have the videos to prove that. We know. $1.50 for some people, it is expensive for some people in the world. But if you can afford it, join our Patreon. And that's $1.50 a month. You've been watching this for 2 hours. You know what? This is more entertaining than anything you're getting on Disney. This is more entertaining than what you're getting on Netflix. This is more entertaining than what you are paying $20, $30, $50 when you go out to the movies. I know this is more entertaining. It's $1.50 a month. If you can, please do join our Patreon. If not, that's okay. Realistically, just give us a like, a share. Help us to reach 5,000 subscribers on YouTube and Rumble. That's all we're asking for. We're going to get to 5,000 subscribers on YouTube and Rumble. It's not asking for a lot. We're not asking for, anything really. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break. We want to take a quick break here. Give me a second. Because for those who are new to the channel, roughly about the 2.5 hour mark, we stop for a little bit, about an hour. We go away so we can talk. I walk my dog. He's 13 years old. And this is about the time where he needs to go for a walk. So I take him out, I give him a walk, and I come back, and we continue, and we'll be talking about domestic issues, talking about the 2024 election, talking about Donald Trump, talking about events that are happening in America. Kathy Hochul, about education in the United States, the consequences of progressive ideology to our kids and how it's affecting America and therefore how it's affecting the rest of the world. We're going to be talking about all of that when we come back. It'll be about 5:30. I'm going to walk my dog, then I'll come back and we'll go there. So until that time, let me put this up on the screen. And this is the interview I had with Lars Mapstead earlier this week. Now, of course, you can go and see the video itself, but you know what? Let me play it for you, and then you can tell me what you think about it when I come back. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is May 8th, 3 p.m., and I have the wonderful opportunity to be bringing you an interview with a national presidential candidate, potential candidate, let me make sure, with the Libertarian Party, Mr. Lars D. Mapstead. He is here with us today to explain why he's running for the presidency in 2024. He's going to explain some of his values as a libertarian, as an American, and, well, we're going to find out a lot more so that you get to make a choice, an informed choice in the 2024 election. With that said, Lars, I want to thank you for taking the time to be here with us today. I know you've been on a whirlwind tour of Northeast. I believe you've been in 5 states in the last 4 days, along with your newly announced vice presidential pick. That would be Mr. Larry Sharpe, who, for full disclosure, is a personal friend of mine. I've known Larry for about 9 years. Even though he's your VP pick, that doesn't mean we're going to be any nicer or meaner, but I did want to disclose that for everyone. Before I go any further, and I know you get this question all the time, but it is essential, and that is for those who do not know who Lars Damian Mapstead is, take a moment, tell us who you are.
Yeah. Well, thanks so much for having me. And I really like that opening about having informed choices, because that's a big piece of what I'm trying to do, is that I want to have more voices and more choices in American politics. And you know, that's a big piece of it. So for me, you know, my story is kind of unique. It's kind of a rags to riches kind of a story, American dream. I grew up in California on a pot farm with an outhouse, no electricity, on welfare, you know, meal tickets at school, not, you know, hand-me-down clothes or clothes we got at the Goodwill, and you know, sometimes some food insecurity, that sort of thing. So it was tough growing up. And what I found myself in my teenage years, kind of bounced around from family to family member, and was involved in a car accident when I was 15. And I watched my grandfather die next to me. A drunk driver hit us, and that kind of put me down a kind of a dark path. I turned to drugs and alcohol to kind of soothe whatever, you know, that problem was, and I found myself a couple years later, you know, having a real problem with that. And so I was able to climb out of that depression and that hole and get sober when I was 17 years old. I've been sober for 37 years. That's a kind of a guiding principle of my life. A lot of my beliefs, a lot of my integrity, and the foundation of my, you know, call it spiritual life or whatnot, is based around sobriety and that sort of thing. And then I found myself living near Silicon Valley in 1994 when the internet was first founded. The Mosaic browser came out. And within a couple months, I was working for a company selling motherboards, and they told me to get on the internet. And I said, "Enter what?" And so they taught me a little bit about that, and I kind of self-taught myself and started becoming a serial entrepreneur around the internet. Started a hosting and website design company, then founded some MP3 music kind of sites, and eventually ended up running a company called Friend Finder Networks, which is a big, large dating sites, which we had 600 employees doing $350 million a year in sales. And in 2007, I sold that company with my partner for $500 million, and thought, well, I guess I'm going to retire now and go surfing and race my cars and enjoy my family. I have 2 daughters and a wife that I've been married to for over 30 years. And so, they're really the, you know, my family is the highlight of my life. They're what everything that drives me is my family. And so, you know, I would do anything for them. So that's really the kind of piece. And so then after that, I found myself racing cars and collecting cars, and I ended up starting another company on Facebook, kind of by luck. I was just trying to show off cars in my hobby on Facebook, and that turned into a 25 million fan network of car sites on Facebook, which was, you know, doing a couple $1 million a year in revenue. And it was supposed to be just for fun, and that turned out to be a 10-year new business career, right? So there's a lot of other pieces to my life, but I think that gives a sort of a quick background of, you know, what's going on for me. You know, I got to COVID. COVID came around. A lot of my friends have been telling me, like, Lars, you should run for office. You have a lot of good ideas. You could probably bring something good to the table. And I wasn't really interested in politics. It wasn't, you know, I've always been voting, but I've never been the person that was like, I'm going to run for politics. But 2020 and COVID really kind of lit the fire under me. And I live in California. You're in New York, obviously. We both live in places where the lockdowns were draconian, over authoritarian, and that just really solidified the fact that I couldn't sit idly by and watch what was going on with the country anymore. The division in the country. We saw the George Floyd riots, and then we saw the January 6th stuff, and everybody in America is pissed off. It doesn't matter if you're left or right, you're pissed off at the world, you're pissed off at the way the government is running. And I thought, I need to get in there and at least throw my hat in the ring and see if I can stop some of this division, see if I can bring people back together again. The media, you know, just fans the flames of the division. And I think it's ripping America apart. And I think a lot of it comes down to the left-right paradigm, and that we need more voices and more choices in America in order to help kind of quell the division that's going on here.
Okay. So the first thing I'd say is it's interesting that you've taken the opportunity. Obviously, I'm a Republican, a conservative Republican. I've run for elected offices in Congress before. So I understand what it is to be a first-time candidate, which you are. And that's one of the things we love to hear from on this channel, to give a voice to those who are making their first effort in elections. I think it needs to be encouraged more. But I find it interesting because you left out a couple things for the background, because you did grow up in Big Sur, as you mentioned, which is, for people who don't know where that is, it's south of south of San Jose, north of Santa Barbara, west of Fresno. It's right on the coast. It is the middle of nowhere, so isolated that it doesn't have a census, United States Census district. It's just a region. There's about 2,000 people that live there. Actually, back in 1977, it was 87% white, 9% Hispanic, with about 1,800 people. Tells you how isolated. There are towns all across America that have 10 times as many.
Yeah, that's true.
So
Yeah.
that is interesting. And I think when we understand that you were 13 when you first started, I've heard you say in several interviews previously in my research that you didn't even have access to TV. Forget about the internet.
Yep.
TV in the 1980s, you were 13 when you first started to see what most people have been watching on TV since they were born.
Yeah, yeah. We didn't have any signal up there at all. And so, I remember there was one piece where I was able to like get this really fuzzy thing where they were showing the space shuttle landing, the first space shuttle landing. And I watched that on this completely fuzzy thing with, I could just sort of hear some noise of them talking and watching that thing. And that was, I really was isolated. I really was, I mean, I knew what TV was. I went to a friend's house, they had it, that sort of thing. And I did like to go to other people's houses if they had TV because that was really enjoyable. But, we just didn't have that. I really, we didn't have electricity for a long time. I drank a lot of goat's milk growing up. My parents were just really hippie people that were nomads and gardeners and, working construction, just, hardworking people, but didn't really have any means at all.
So let me ask, and I know there's a couple of big questions, but I just want to understand your background, how you grew up, that foundation you had. So was it between the lack of some of the things that most people would consider normal and common in the United States, not around the rest of the world? Most of the rest of the world grew up just like you have. But in the United States, that's somewhat of an oddity. And between that and the impact that your grandfather had on you, which you've said was very significant at that time in your life, is that why in 2009, in interviews, you were stating that you believe that a man's home is his castle? And why we have seen that in several of your comments, I believe it was also in the Black Powder podcast, that you believe in individuals pulling themselves up, the old bootstrap statement, that working hard for success is important in every aspect of life. Is that because of that, how you grew up, or is that some other event that caused that?
No, I think that, a lot of my success has to do also with luck, some of the right place at the right time, that sort of thing. But I am an extremely hard worker. I worked 10 years, 80 hours a week for 10 years straight. I will just do whatever it takes to make the thing happen, whatever it is that I'm trying to do. And I think, I'm not sure where that integrity came from or that lifestyle came from, but no, I for sure feel like we all have an opportunity in America to lift ourselves up, but that opportunity is slipping away faster and faster, that the government is breeding mediocrity, and it's making it more and more challenging for anyone to lift themselves up and get ahead in the world because of all the regulations that are, keeping people down and stifling them, all the taxation that's, oppressing people and that sort of thing. So, yeah, I think that we still have that opportunity, but it's disappearing. And I'd like to make it so that all Americans have the same opportunities that I had, so that we can all lift each other up, so that we can all have a better standard of living. I mean, that's my ultimate goal, would be to do that. I have friends, all kinds of friends right now that are construction workers and teachers and, nurses and all that kind of stuff, just pretty much all across the board. And all of them are suffering in America right now. All of them are, having this high cost of inflation, the high cost of healthcare. The education system is failing them. The criminal justice system is failing people. And there's just so many problems in America. I think that we need to really get back on track so that people can have a good life again, right?
Okay. Well, we're going to get into that in a little bit, specifically in more detail. But, I always find it important to make sure we do have a grounded understanding of how you came to be where you are today. And I don't think a lot of people have quoted you or looked into that in the interviews that I've seen. Very few. But it
Yeah.
is interesting because right now, and for people to know a little bit more clearly, you actually started running for the 2024 election back in March of 2021. You're actually the first libertarian to announce an intent to run for the presidency. You're one of the first, actually, one of the first candidates. I mean, everyone assumed it would be Trump, but other than that, you're pretty much one of the first people to jump into the 2024 race.
Yeah.
And you're currently, for people who aren't sure, you're 54 years of age. So if you do get the Libertarian nomination this month on May 24th, that would make you the youngest candidate in the 2024 election race. You have two daughters. And speaking about your business, you own Fupa Games, where you're the CEO, which is an online gaming, puzzle gaming business. You've been endorsed by the Classical Liberal Caucus. You've been in 19 out of 26 or 73% of the libertarian debates since 2023. You've been in 12 out of 15. You have ballot access in 12 out of 15 states for the Libertarian Party. That's about 80%. And currently, you're holding on to, I believe, the largest cash on hand of any third-party candidate. That's including the Green Party, that's including Cornel West, everyone except RFK. You have the most cash in hand. The last recording I see from the FEC is $193,000. Now, oh, and did I mention you also have two daughters?
Yeah.
Did all this with two daughters?
And to throw some something on that, my youngest daughter is graduating high school in a few weeks, and my oldest daughter is getting married about a month after that. So it's a very busy summer trying to run for president and have all these large family events going on. But we're gonna make it all happen.
Well, congratulations to both of your daughters and, of course, to their mother. You guys obviously have had great success, and I'm happy to hear about those things. I hope they're going to have a great time.
I'm sure that they will.
Good.
I'm also bringing them to Washington, D.C. with me, and they are delegates at the national convention,
Fantastic.
along with my wife and my mom. So we're
Okay,
making it
it's a total
family.
family affair.
That's
So
right.
that's a core value for you, family.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, not everyone thinks family is as important. And as we have seen since 2020, most dramatically, family isn't so much emphasized in media, entertainment, in news, and in politics. It's been diminished quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. For me, that's number one. Family and friends are number one. You know, there's those studies where people ask on their deathbed, you know, what do you have any regrets? What do you regret not doing, right? And everybody's like, I wish I would have made up with my cousin or my mom or somebody like that. I wish I wouldn't have fought so much with my family members, right? They never say, I wish I would have worked another day or paid that bill or something like that, right? So to me, family is number one. I love my family, sometimes there's disagreements or whatever, but when it gets tough, when life gets tough, the family's always there to show up and support each other. And I think, just part of being like a person in recovery, you need people to lift you up. When you're having a tough time, you need people to lift you up. And also, one of the greatest benefits of my life is being there to lift other people up when they're having a hard time, right? That gives me great joy. When I can like see the light come back on in somebody's eyes and they're like, oh, I can do this. Thanks for helping. That is really powerful. That's really powerful. So it's a two-way thing. And I have a lot of integrity around helping my family and then having my family help me.
That's important. And I think it's also commendable to hear more about that with many politicians. We really don't hear about the family unit in politics nowadays. But some people may agree. I think most people will agree with me in America about that. Now, I know people are saying, Mike, I get he's a human being. He's lived a regular American life with some good success. Okay, what about Trump? What about legalizing drugs? Okay, first things first, we're going to get to Trump in a minute. Let's hold off on that. As for legalizing drugs, every libertarian is asked, do you want to legalize drugs, get rid of all the IRS? We know that. That's been true since forever. throw that out the window. I mean, not to say, Lars, that if it comes up in the conversation or you want to bring it up, please do. But rather than go through that, what you've been asked, I am sure in every single interview I've seen, they've always asked you that. I don't care. That's actually not the most important issues that Americans are asking about right now, which are, in fact, about inflation, jobs, healthcare, taxes, guns, crime, foreign policy, border and open borders, immigration, and kind of, sort of, depending on the polling you're looking at, abortion. Those are the issues that Americans care about. So I want to focus on a little bit of that and some current issues. Obviously, you can tell I've done a lot of homework on you. Uh, so looking at some of the issues that are affecting us all right now, looking at your policies, and by the way, you have a website, which is lars24.com, which does have some of your policy positions, but not all of them. One of the first questions I have to ask, because looking at the world right now, we have 40,000 Americans who are abandoned in Haiti. We have 5,000 Americans abandoned in Afghanistan, 10,000 in the Ukraine, 15,000 in the Sudan. We've just recovered 11 Americans who were formerly members of ISIS out of Syria. That happened today, just breaking news. Foreign policy, obviously, is a big issue in 2024, and I think it's always been a big issue, but it's on Americans' minds. Hamas, the American hostages, the ceasefire negotiations going on right now, obviously very big, not on your website.
Yeah.
Not something that I've seen you asked. So let's start. What is your foreign policy if you were to be elected?
Yeah. So I think the bottom line is that I don't believe that the United States can be the police of the world. We're unable to police Detroit. We're unable to police San Francisco. So I'm not sure how we all expect that we're going to be policing the world. And all my life, we've been involved in some kind of conflict or another. Funding of conflict, backing some regime change, or being boots on the ground, right? And I don't think that we are really making much progress towards what we're trying to do. I think America needs to stop being imperialistic and it needs to stop pushing its agenda around the world and let other countries figure out their own solutions to the problems, because it seems like our government keeps putting its foot into other people's business and only really making things worse. And at the same time, making us more hated around the world and draining our coffers, essentially, because we're basically funding all kinds of bombs and wars all over the world, not only with our taxes, but with debt. We are literally spending $1 trillion a year on our military budget, which is really small at this point compared to the rest of our debt, but it is a piece of our debt. And so that's adding to our $34 trillion. And so I don't feel like we can actually afford to be supporting other countries, any country for that matter, until we can start getting our debt down. And I would like to be supporting funding peace, not war, essentially, right? I'm always on the side of less death. And so I feel like we create a lot of the problems that we then have to go in and try to solve, right? We will bomb a place and then we'll go in and then make sure that everybody gets rebuilt and fed, and all that's on the taxpayer dime, right?
Well, let me give you some pushback on that, because there are many who would say that a strong America, strong leadership from America, results in more global stability, not necessarily peace, but stability. And the world has always had conflict. More people means more conflict, but there's always been conflict in the world. And the leading powers of the world influence that stability, whether there's more or less fighting, how severe that fighting can be, terrorism, whether it has more or less influence. As an example, under the G.W. Bush, we saw generally obviously after 9/11, America got hyper-reactive. The world got very stable. Terrorism went down. Under Obama, with his apology tour, we saw an increase of terrorism, especially after the Iran nuclear deal, which funded, literally, according to John Kerry on CNBC News, January of 2016, we were indirectly funding global terrorism, and that did increase. We get Trump, again, another strong leader, whether he was loved or not. He was feared and respected. We saw more stability, the Abraham Accords. Now we have Biden, where we see the Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah. We've got Ukraine. We've got China threatening about Taiwan, attacking or threatening to attack Philippines. So some would say strong America leads to a more stable, more calm world that is never going to be at peace. Do you agree with that?
So I'm not advocating for not a strong America. I'm advocating for a strong defense of America, but I'm not advocating for us kind of pushing our agenda all over the planet. I think that this is what kind of causes some of this animosity that's going on. And the more that we are involved, it seems like the more things get kind of, out of whack. A lot of this stuff too is around trade deals, around trade embargoes, trade tariffs, that sort of thing. And I feel like a lot of trade wars end in real wars because you're basically starving off people. You're making them not be able to have access to resources. I feel like a lot of countries, it's like I look at the Berlin Wall, the fall of the Berlin Wall, right? All my life as a kid, I was afraid that the Russians were going to bomb America, that they were going to nuke America. That was the fear when I was a kid. We did duck and cover under our desks, remember? And when you're 6 or 7 years old and you're ducking and covering under the desk because you think the nuclear bombs are going to wipe you out and your family, that's a pretty psychological blow to somebody that's 6 or 7 years old, right? You get that in your mind that the evil Russians are coming for you. And then what happened was no one saw it coming, but the economic collapse of the USSR because of the way that they were running their country basically collapsed their entire system, right? It one day there was the Berlin Wall and the next day there wasn't, and it didn't come at the end of a gun. It came at economic collapse of the USSR, right?
No, not quite, because
Okay.
and again, this is my pushback on it. Tell me if you see it the same way. Part of the reason why the socialism and communism has failed.
Yep.
I lived in Moscow, by the way.
Okay.
Just for back in 91. So when Reagan stepped in, he increased the pressure militarily by our increases of U.S. defense. That put pressure on the Soviet economy and system to try and keep pace because they were a first world military, third world economy.
Yes.
And that's normal in most communist situations. So
Yes.
you could say that because of our strong military stance, that resulted in an economic outcome that we didn't have to fire a bullet, but it's indirect.
Yeah.
But do you think that's a good way of doing it, or is that flawed?
Yeah, no. So I think that we should have a strong military defense. I think that we should very much have a military to defend ourselves and our borders and our people. Absolutely. I come from my grandfather was in both the Korean War and Vietnam. He was one of the chosen few that came out of Chosin Lake, which was 2,000 soldiers went in and 200 came out. So he was one of the 200 guys that made it out of that thing. And, he told me, the best way you can honor veterans is not create any more of them. And I took that to heart because he was a career military guy, and he was very proud of the military. He's a very patriotic guy, very, and so I look up to him. I fully respect him. In fact, I would like to be that guy when I grow up, finally, and so, and he was very much in favor of a strong military too, but he wasn't in favor of starting wars without congressional approval. He felt like we entered a lot of wars since World War II where Congress didn't do their job. And he really didn't like the idea of the president just going in and making unilateral decisions of what we were going to be doing, that he felt like it should be more of a decision that the entire Congress would make instead of this authorized use of military force, which I'm against, by the way. I feel like Congress has kind of sloughed off their job over the last 50 or 60 years and are not doing their job. And if they want to be going into all these foreign countries, then we need Congress to authorize the use of military force, even if it's buying bombs, which I agree that they passed these budget bills to pay for these bombs in these countries. I don't agree with that, but at least Congress at least put their stamp on that, right? It wasn't a unilateral thing from the president of the United States. My whole personal belief is that the president of the United States right now has been given too much power. And one of the positions that I have is that I would like to reduce the power of president and return that power to Congress and make them do their job.
Okay. So So what you want to see is less of a Korea, Vietnam, Grenada, um, the drone bombing in Yemen by President Obama against American citizens and collateral damage, therefore, where we see this is an abuse of the War Powers Act and its amendment since 1972, where the president can go in for 30 to 60 days without congressional approval
Yeah,
and essentially have a mini war
that's right.
before he has to remove the troops or get Congress to approve. So that's where your objection is, not so
Yeah.
much everything else that we were talking
Yeah,
about.
I think that if you have the full buy-in of Congress, that's going to be a much more sane decision than
Mhm.
one person, right? One person, if you get a hothead in office and they have, they have pride and ego built up into it or something like that, they might make a bad decision. Whereas I think if Congress is making a decision, you have a lot more heads, maybe some cooler heads and saner heads in the room. And I think that's a better way of making a decision like that than just saying we should bomb these people. Look, I don't know if you've noticed this, but in a lot of times in my life, the president of the United States would get in some kind of political trouble. There would be some scandal going on or something. And within a few weeks, we'd be bombing somebody. And like I got to the point where I was so cynical. I was like, oh, look, the president's in trouble again. I'm like, I bet there's going to be some bombs flying here in a couple weeks. And sure enough, like so-and-so announces cruise missiles into Afghanistan or whatever, right? And it's just, it's almost a joke at this point because it seems like a lot of times they use military stuff to kind of cover up whatever's going on for them, because that certainly is going to get the news's attention. If you start bombing people, the news is going to divert from whatever scandal you got going on to killing people, because killing people trumps scandal, I guess. But I don't think that's any way we should run a country.
No, it makes perfect sense. Matter of fact, they made a movie about that, Wag the Dog. I do recommend it for everyone. And yeah, we have seen that. I mean, Grenada is kind of that example. But let's look at something that's real world. Let's look at you're walking in 2024 and what we have going on right now. Hamas, and there's the Hamas-Israel war. It's not a Gaza war. It's the government versus government, which is the government of Israel, government of Gaza, which is Hamas, an internationally recognized terrorist organization. And Hamas seems to be trying to, their latest ceasefire proposal, which was a rewritten document, it was a change in the agreement that Israel had agreed to, says that they want to hand over hostages, alive or dead, and no one can retaliate, and this should end the war. Now, part of those hostages, which currently they're talking about 33 hostages, which are women and children. Some of them will be dead, according to what Hamas has said so far. They may include some of the Americans that remain hostages. There were at least 22 of them that were taken on October 7th, separate of the 34 that were killed on that day. And I have to say, do you support Hamas? Given your position, where do you stand on that? Do you stand with Israel? Do you stand with Hamas? Do you have a different position?
Yeah. So I feel like the Israel, Gaza, Hamas thing has turned into a left-right political football. That basically, if you are left, you pick one side. If you're right, you pick the other side. And I don't really feel like we should be picking sides. I feel like we should be neutral in this situation, that we should be trying to be the peacemakers instead of trying to put our, instead of funding this, instead of funding bombs to Israel and funding, aid to the Gaza, which I'm all for helping people out. Instead of doing that, we should be trying to broker peace instead of taking a side, because as soon as you take a side, as soon as you start funding one side or another, you've effectively taken a side. And that, I think, is a problem, because how can you broker peace if you're coming from a position that you've taken?
Okay, well, we know that the Biden administration has failed in its efforts at brokering peace since November. They've sent Antony Blinken, the CIA director, Joe Biden has been over. They've all failed at that.
Yeah.
So, and you are referencing the most recent funding, which included Ukraine funding for approximately $60 billion, $9 billion for Gaza, which is separate of the port that is being built. just outside of Gaza, which is estimated at another 10, 20, 50 million dollars. Nobody knows. It's not very clear.
Yeah.
And we also funded another 7 billion to Israel. And yes, that includes missiles, bombs, rockets for its defense. But can we be neutral in this? I mean, again,
Yeah.
Hamas killed 34 civilians, American civilians.
Yes.
We're not
Yes.
even talking about the rest of the world, 54 other
Right.
nations that were affected.
Yeah.
There were 17 British individuals that were taken hostage, 22 Americans taken hostage, according to the UN, tortured and sexually abused every day since October 7th.
Yeah.
Can we be neutral?
I mean,
Should we be?
no, obviously, when it comes to American lives and American hostages, just like when we had the Iranian hostage crisis, or we've had, other times where Americans have been held captive. We had the girl, the basketball girl that got, caught in Russia.
Brittany Griner.
Griner, yeah. And so, I mean, we obviously have we need to be protecting our citizens, of course. And if you're attacking our citizens, then there should be some reaction to that. But I'm not understanding why we continuously give bombs, taxpayer money, to other countries to use on other people. That just seems like insane to me. These countries can't produce their own bombs. They can't they have militaries. Why am I funding it? Why am I, as a taxpayer, sitting here in America funding Ukrainian bombs and funding Israeli bombs? I don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't want to be funding war. I don't want to be funding things of death. It just doesn't make sense. And it's not like this is the first time that we started doing this, right? We've been funding this for decades. It's not in response to this that we're funding this. We're just funding stuff all over the world. And it's not just these two places, right? We have 600 military bases all over the world. And we are spending tons and tons of money to maintain those bases, to operate those bases. And does that actually make America more secure? I'm not sure that it does. In fact, I believe that a lot of times this creates more animosity because we're literally in people's territory. And we're not going anywhere because we're the police people of the world. And so deal with it, right? That pisses people off.
So two things, and then we'll move on because there are other things. I definitely, there's a lot we want to try and cover. But I do want to get this clarification.
Yeah.
You do see the difference between Ukraine and Israel, the conflicts that Ukraine versus Russia, where there are no Americans directly involved other than the ones that were abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration. But they're not being targeted. They're not hostages. Sure. They're not being tortured.
Yeah.
As opposed to this conflict with Israel, you're not equating them as being the same.
So I think this is sort of simple, actually, is that for those American hostages, for those Americans that have died, we should have a response to that. But for the rest of it, we should not have a response to it because that's not our issue, right? That's not what we're dealing with. And so for me, the Ukraine thing is the same. When you take that piece out of it, Ukraine and Israel issues are the same to me, is that we are funding both of these systems, both of these things. And I personally don't want to be funding it. Not only do I not want to be funding it, I don't want my great-grandchildren to be funding it with debt, because those are the people that are going to have to pay for it. Those are the people that are going to have a reduced standard of living. And like we talked about earlier, I want all Americans to be able to be lifted up. If we are spending tons and tons of money on reducing the standard of living of all Americans, this is a hidden tax, right? We're all paying for this, whether we know it or not. And I think that is, when we talk about inflation, right? Inflation is coming from all this overspending. So here is a place where we're overspending, and we're doing it, to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars. I don't think that that's sustainable. I don't think that's good for the American people. I think it causes animosity around the world. And I think that America is not as good at being the police of the world as I think they are. Like I said, we can't police San Francisco or Detroit. What makes you think we can police Gaza and Ukraine?
Okay. So we focus a lot on the foreign issue. And obviously there are nuances here. Hell, I've been talking about it for 4 years in a row. Yep. So every week for 5 hours every Sunday. So
yeah,
there's a lot more to this. And I do invite people to contact you, go out to some of your events to be able to ask you about other aspects of it. But I want to make sure, I think that covers, unless I've missed something, it gives a general flavor of how you would approach international policy. Yeah. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that is fair. Yes, it's more of a non-interventionist policy, but strong on defense and strong military. I'm not in favor of getting rid of the military, so I think that covers it really.
Okay. I just, again, I don't mean to try and box you.
Oh
It's
no, it's
difficult and long. We could spend hours just on
yeah.
that. So,
I'll say one more quick thing about
sure.
that, and that is that, and I said this before, that the president of the United States and people high up in our government get briefed every day with all
Mhm.
kinds of intel and information that I'm not privy to. So it's armchair quarterbacking what we should be and shouldn't be doing without all that information, without being able to make a really informed decision is a little bit challenging. So I'm just making the decision based on what I know. But if I was given other intelligence, the decision might be different.
Fair, very fair point. Uh, and I think that's why all the presidents tend to get gray really quick. They know things we just don't know.
Yeah.
And every president, happens to every president, gray
Yes.
and thin hair.
Yeah.
But let's look at it from a slightly different. Let's look a little more domestically. And I sent you an article yesterday from the New York Post. I know you've had a chance to review that.
Yeah.
Um, should a president, so let me ask you, because we're talking about policing the United States, should a president, now let me rephrase this. Governor Hochul on Monday was in California at an event where she stated that Black kids in the Bronx did not know what the word computer means, which many people have taken great insult to, including myself, and I am in the Bronx right now. And it also seems to be a direct admission that the Department of Education, New York State, Governor Hochul, New York City have failed Black kids. Otherwise, they'd know what a computer is. Taking her at her word on the face of what she said, if it were to be true. Should a president intervene? Should they inject themselves into this issue, since the Department of Education, their failure is federal?
Yep.
So should they intervene in this or not? And if so, how? If it were
Yeah.
you.
Well, I think if I lived in the Bronx right now, I would be totally insulted by this, right? If they told me that my children don't know about computers, that would be insulting to me. And I think that's the Liberal Party, the liberal people have spent a lifetime infantizing minorities, basically, talking down to people, putting them in a different box than other people, and unfortunately, these are the people that say that they're the champions of minorities. But then they go out and say stuff like this, which I think is just, totally ridiculous. What we need to be doing is allowing people to have more say in their lives, right? To be able to have more ownership in their lives instead of like just holding people down and putting people in poverty and keeping them there. What I say a lot is government breeds mediocrity, and the more government we have, the more mediocre we become. And so for me on education, the whole Department of Education is a failure across the board, across the entire United States. The whole thing just needs to go. The metrics since we got the Department of Education across the country have just been falling dramatically, right? And the Department of Education wants to put all kids in a single box. And kids don't fit in a single box. And kids live in different parts of the country. And there's different things going on in different parts of the country. And I can tell you from my own experience with the public education system, my oldest daughter has dyslexia. Okay. And she was struggling in school, and this school system here in California just completely failed her. They had no ability to help her at all. So they just said, well, we're going to put you, with this other group of students, and you'll just have to struggle along and deal with it. And whatever you get out of it, you get out of it. And she's a smart kid. And I knew that was just going to put her at a complete disadvantage, right? Fortunately, I have had the wherewithal to be able to pull her out of that situation and get her a schooling that works. But a lot of families don't have that opportunity, right? They're stuck with the public education system, right? And so, they failed her completely. My younger daughter is a straight A honor roll student that just kicks ass. I don't know where she got it from, because that wasn't me, right? But the thing is like we would go on vacation, and the school sent me a threatening letter, and they said, you've been truant too many times, and we're going to turn you over to the district attorney if you're truant anymore. And I'm like, wait, what?
District attorney?
Yeah. So I called up the principal of the school and I said, so exactly what's going on here, guy? My kid is a straight A student. If she misses a couple days of school, it ain't gonna matter at all. Sure, her education is gonna be just fine. And he said, well, we get paid when the kids are sitting in the seat. And so if your kid's not in the seat, then we don't get paid. So we need her in the school. And I said, so what you care about more is getting your money than my kid's education. Do you see a problem with that, sir? Because I do, right? And then here's what he told me, which really pissed me off. This was the extra piece that really pissed me off. He said, well, we wouldn't do that to you. That's just for other people. And I was like, oh, bro, really? Because I grew up the other people. So you're telling me that you would apply the rule to me as the other people, but now that I'm successful and I have a good student, suddenly, I get a pass? That doesn't work for me. And so I think that that's a piece that goes to my character of that. Like, I just don't put up with that crap. All people are equal. All people should have the rule of law applied to them equally. And that is just not the case in America today. The whole criminal justice system is completely broke off. It criminalizes all kinds of people that shouldn't be criminals. And if you have money and you have privilege, then you get off. And if you don't, you get the book thrown at you. It's gross.
Now, I do want to mention to everyone that they can go onto your website. You do have a section of some of your policies talking about your feelings on criminal justice. And again, that's a huge subject by itself.
Yeah.
So I won't really touch on that. But the one question I did ask is, should a Lars Mabstead president in this situation with Kathy Hochul, should you speak about it? And because obviously you've made it clear you think the Department of Education is part of the failure of that.
Yeah.
But should you as president address this, or is that something you would just leave as a state issue?
I think that the only thing the president, obviously the president could say that this is wrong and that we should be lifting all people up and that we should be allowing people to have ownership so that they can, that they can provide for their families, whatever they need. I'm sure there's plenty of great, smart kids in the Bronx, right? Just like there's plenty of great, smart kids all over the place. And I'm sure that she's doesn't really know what she's talking about. I'm sure there's lots of kids with computers, right? Like I see kids with computers all the time. And so she's just, I don't know that that's necessarily something the president needs to weigh into, but what the president does need to weigh into is the Department of Education, because that is the one thing that the president has purview over, right? There's a lot of problems with local school districts, what I just told you in California, but the president doesn't get to go in and say, California, clean up this thing. But what the president does get to do is, hey, we're stopping this whole funding thing. We're stopping this whole, you have to fit into this box. You have to do these standardized tests. You have to do it this way, because that doesn't work for everybody. Different people have different upbringings. They have different ways that they come about things. It doesn't mean that they're stupid because they can't take your test the way that you want to give them out to, right? And a lot of these tests are formed based towards certain groups of people, and it marginalizes other groups of people. And that's ridiculous, right? Because it's like, as a person who had struggled in school and didn't do well in school, clearly you don't have to be a Harvard person, an Ivy League person in order to be successful in America, right? But you do have to have people backing you up, and you do have to have people lifting you up. And it sounds like Hochul is not the person that's doing that for her people. That's her constituents, right? Like the people in the Bronx are her constituents, and it doesn't sound like she's lifting them up to me.
Fair point. Talking about issues that are both state and federal, I believe I sent this to you about the Title IX, West Virginia, where I did send that to you, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry, I sent out like 3. I have dozens of questions, and I sent him 3 articles to be sure he would be up to it. So this is about the trans issue, and it's also about Title IX, women's sports, gender affirming care, kind of all fit in there. And we know that the Biden administration is setting up new sets of rules that would make it not a crime, but a violation of regulations, that in West Virginia last week, 5 girls said they did not want to compete against a trans athlete, trans student, because they believed it was an unfair advantage. Mind you, they didn't protest, they didn't scream and shout, they just declined to compete with the trans student who beat everyone by, yards and yards.
Yeah.
Totally dominated.
Was this
And
the shot put? Was this a shot
yes,
put one?
the shot
Okay,
put.
so I saw that. Yeah.
And so now we see, as it was being discussed in Congress yesterday, that that the Biden administration would punish the 5 girls because they didn't compete.
Yeah.
Not because they protested, not because they made statements, but declining to compete
Yeah.
was essentially a crime in and of itself.
Yeah.
How would a Mapstead presidency address that?
I think that's ridiculous. I think it's if I'm all for voluntary action, and that's a big part of libertarian philosophy, is that you're voluntary action, and you can do what you want to do as long as you're not harming other people. And so, to me, if you go to a event, and I race cars, if I went to a car race and I decided I don't want to race that race, I just don't go out on the racetrack, and that's it. And to be told that, like, you didn't go out on the racetrack, and so that's some hate crime, or that's something, to me, that's ridiculous. You have control over your person, and as long as you're not harming other people, you should be able to decide whether you're competing or not competing. I feel like what they did was that was probably the most tactful and best way to show that they were displeased with the situation, right?
The
I
girls,
believe
you mean?
the girls, yeah.
Mhm.
That to me, that was their right. And what was interesting about that was they didn't deny the person that was the other persons or the other people that were competing. They were just saying, we're not going to compete here. And so that person was still able to compete and still do their thing. So I mean, this is basically the market making its decision, right? This is basically people making their decision with how they want to participate in the system, right? I think that we have the right to participate or not participate in the system as we desire.
Okay. See, folks, I told you we're going to get real world here. We ask questions that other people don't ask.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're starting to run out of a little bit of time because we're having a great conversation. We're actually getting into the issues. I really love that you're actually answering the questions. Obviously, we have to talk about Trump. So I want to, hopefully we'll get to what's going on with Colombia, and I want to talk about taxes, obviously, as well. But let's deal with the elephant in the room. Literally, the elephant that will be in the room in DC on May 24th, which is Donald Trump. And now there is the resurgence or opportunism of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. For people who are not aware, the Libertarian Party invited Donald Trump, Joe Biden, and RFK Jr. all to appear at the Libertarian Convention, where they will decide their presidential candidate, which may be you or others. We've interviewed a couple of other people as well about this. And so Donald Trump, surprising everyone, no one expected Donald Trump himself, maybe one of his representatives, but he said he's actually going to show up. Shocked a lot of people. Now we see that RFK is using that. RFK did not previously say that he would go. In fact, he said he would not run as or seek the nomination from the Libertarian Party, that he was an independent and he wasn't going to the event. Now that Trump is there, now he's trying to go. He wants to use it to get a debate with Trump, which Trump seems to be saying no. RFK has his own issues with, worms in the brain and all. Where do you, as not only as a libertarian, but a libertarian seeking a nomination to compete with Donald Trump, how do you feel about this?
I mean, my first gut reaction was I wasn't totally thrilled, because imagine if the Democrat National Committee or the Republican National Committee invited me, the libertarian, to be the main speaker at their convention. People would lose their minds, right? If I got up there and started talking, getting rid of taxation and abolishing the Federal Reserve and all the things that the libertarians talk about, they would freak out, right? So that was my first response to it. But it's starting to make a lot of sense to me now, after I start to put all the pieces together here. So Kennedy, has been, flirting with the Libertarian Party for a while now. And I think mostly that was for ballot access reasons, because he wasn't sure that he was going to be able to get ballot access. Once he decided he was going to get ballot access, he really didn't need to go down the libertarian path. But I think, he is trying to court libertarian voters. And then I think the piece that really sticks out is in 2020, after the election was over, Donald Trump was on television, and I put the clip on my X account. He basically said that the Libertarian Party was the reason why he lost the election in this interview. He said that the 1 to 2% in a couple of states is what, was the difference in getting him the nomination or not, and that he needed to get the Libertarian vote. Like, that was literally what he said in 2020. So he's been planning this for 4 years, and then I think I personally have caused quite a stir with Donald Trump, and I have the receipts to back that up. I was on Smirkana's show maybe about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I was talking about stopping 270, which is my plan to deny both Trump and Biden the 270 electoral votes needed to win. And right after that, within a couple of days, Donald Trump called the governor of Nebraska, which is one of the 2 states that I'm trying to target, and told Donald Trump, told the governor, I want you to get rid of the split electoral vote. Which is the mechanism I'm trying to use to do this thing, right? And so they had a vote on it. It didn't pass, fortunately. And the next morning, Aaron Burnett was on with Andrew Yang, and they were talking about how this is a real possibility that we might get to 269 and cause a contingent election. And so that was pretty interesting. And then to top that off, Donald Trump, Larry Ellison, who was the founder of Oracle, was passing around my polling to Donald Trump's super PAC donors. And I got wind of that through a reporter. And then a couple days after that, Donald Trump put on his Truth Social one of the polls that I had been putting out on X, right? So they were watching my campaign. And just yesterday, Donald Trump's campaign included me in their internal polling, which I found very surprising. So they're very much watching what I'm doing. I think that the issue is that they realize that I'm a successful person that has the financial wherewithal to do this, and that I have the plan to actually make this happen. And this is worse than just the maybe 2 or 3% that the Libertarian Party might get. Now I'm talking about actually affecting the electoral spread, right? Getting rid of a couple of electoral votes. And here's the final piece in this. I've been talking to the Kennedy campaign for as long as he's been running as an independent. Through different channels, through the people that have been coming to the Libertarian Convention. I've been talking about that Kennedy, I don't believe he has a shot at getting 270 electoral votes himself due to winner-take-all laws. But I do believe that he could pick off a couple of states, that he could win electoral votes in places like Utah or New Mexico or something like that, Alaska. There's places that still are open. And if he was able to pick off a few states, and I was able to pick off a few states, this starts turning into a real thing. And so I think Donald Trump is coming to the convention to try to win over Libertarian voters, as many of them as he can, to stop this plan from happening, essentially, and to stop Kennedy from essentially also stealing these things. And so they're all courting the Libertarian vote. It is what it is. It's done. So now we have to take what we've got right now and turn it into something good. And so I'm going to be pressing them to get as much media attention as I can out of it, so that people understand that I have a plan to completely break this election, to be the ultimate spoiler in this rotten election.
So, and we mentioned that people can go to, again, your website, which is the Lars, LARS24.com.
Yeah.
And they can see your Stop 270 plan, which has been up for some time. And you are correct. By our math, we believe that it could take 5 electoral votes, which could easily be made between Nebraska and Maine. And that would stop anyone from being able to win 270 electoral votes and change the outcome, since we've only had one other president that's actually gone through this process.
Andrew Jackson and John Quincy Adams. It was exactly 200 years ago. John Quincy Adams was elected by the House of Representatives, but also Andrew Jackson, which was surprising to me, right? Andrew Jackson was elected through this methodology, which a lot of Americans know who Andrew Jackson is.
I didn't know it was Jackson. I knew about Quincy Adams, but
yeah.
So it is incredibly rare, especially in the modern era. But it is something that is possible and completely legal, and in the system, it is built for that. So again, you're right. You add in RFK, who's at about 10%, depending on the polling, and give him one state, literally if you get 1 to 2 states, 270 stopped.
Yep.
And or Nebraska and Maine, some math in there. That's a little inside baseball, but the math exists. It's very realistic. So I want people, obviously, this is not enough.
No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
All right, everyone, and thank you for joining us back here. It is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in the Bronx. It is May 12th at 5:30. And we hope everyone is having a wonderful, exciting Mother's Day. I hope every mother is finding peace and joy and surrounded by their children and loved ones. But there is still a lot that's going on. And we've been talking so far about what's been happening internationally, what's been happening, how the United States and the more progressive policies of the Biden-Harris administration have been negatively impacting the rest of the world, encouraging China to encroach on the Philippines, Japan, South Korea, and of course Taiwan, how we are seeing the Middle East become more inflamed as we abandon our ally, Israel, our only ally in the Middle East, Israel, and how that is helping Hamas continue its campaign of terrorism as it manipulates our colleges and our media. We've been talking a little bit about the true genocide that is happening before our eyes in the world, which is Darfur in the Sudan, where 16,000 Americans are currently trapped. They've been there for a year as genocide is happening around them, and children are being piled up and killed as we speak. Something that the colleges don't care about. That you don't hear that from Harvard. You don't hear that outreach from Binghamton University, UCLA. Their riots don't care about those children. No, they care about the politics of Hamas. They care about Israel. And literally, we're seeing how the policies of the Biden-Harris administration internationally have been increasing the amount of animosity both for the Jews and also for Muslims. It has been negative in every single aspect, and we've been talking a little bit about all of that on the program. And we appreciate that our audience is here and has been here with us throughout all of this. In our efforts to get to 5,000 subscribers, we hope you will help us in that effort. Don't forget, you can super chat us at Rumble, where we are simulcasting right now because we can't take super chats here on YouTube, but do it with Rumble because Rumble is a better company anyway. So we wanted to talk about what's happening domestically, and there's a lot of things that are happening right now. There's the 2024 election, what's going on with Donald Trump, what's going on with his vice presidential pick, how will that influence you? We want to talk a little bit about, obviously you saw that we were talking with Lars Mapstead, and part of what we were talking about is the failure in the education system, which he highlighted how it's affected his life. So it doesn't matter how rich or how poor, how black or white or Hispanic you are, whether you're in New York City or in California, big city, small city, this education system under the progressive socialist ideology, it has failed American students all the way, each and every step. And Kathy Hochul highlights, she accidentally revealed how much of a failure the education system, the progressive ideology and indoctrination has failed our kids. We're going to talk a little bit about that. There's a few other things we wanted to go over as well. What's been happening in West Virginia, and you saw we were just talking about that with Lars Mapstead, the Libertarian candidate. Yeah, under the Biden-Harris administration, it is virtually it's a virtual crime at this point, according to the Biden-Harris administration, according to progressive ideology, that if you refuse, if you decline to compete with someone who is trans, then you're a criminal. You have essentially violated the law under Title IX, in particular. Women who say, I only want to compete against other women. And they don't protest. They're not rioting. They're not burning down cities or breaking anything. No, they simply choose not to be involved in the competition. And that, in and of itself, under the new rules and regulations considered by the Biden-Harris administration, that is a crime. Girls, right now, 5 young women in West Virginia are being punished because they didn't choose to compete. Imagine that because you don't run the Boston Marathon, you are a criminal. Imagine that because you're not in the Indy 500, you are a criminal. Imagine because you don't do a decathlon, you are a criminal. You are going to be punished, ostracized. It's going to affect your jobs, your livelihood, who you can date, where you can go in America. You are the problem because you didn't compete in those events. It doesn't matter that you may or may not be qualified. It doesn't matter that you're doing so because you didn't want to have that competition. You didn't want to be in a decathlon because you might come in last. But that's your fault. You're the problem. See, when we suddenly think of this in terms of any other aspect besides the trans issue, suddenly you go, well, that's stupid. Why in the world would you punish me for choosing not to be in a competition? A competition that I don't have to be in, that it is my choice whether or not I want to compete and whom I want to compete against. But according to the progressive ideology, you don't have that choice. That isn't your right. You must compete. You must. And even though you're guaranteed to lose, especially if you are guaranteed that you are going to lose in that competition, you must be involved. Is that about freedom? Where's the National Organization of Women now? Or the other women's rights groups, all the feminist groups, especially at these campuses? Where are the feminists of Columbia, UCLA, Harvard, and MIT, Pennsylvania University of Pennsylvania? Where are they speaking up and saying, you can't force women to compete, especially if that competition is biased against them and they're going to lose? See, and that's the new rules on Title IX. We're supposed to support women's sports. We were talking about Brittany Griner and the WNBA. Okay, you want to support the WNBA and you want the women to compete against a team, the Chicago Bulls under Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. Is that fair? That every game they're in that kind of deficit, that they're going to be devastated? It's like the American Dream Team in basketball when we let our professional basketball players play against the rest of the world. And we decimated the world. Was that fair? Do you want women to have that experience every time they go out? Do you think that's going to encourage young women to go out? Now, specifically, I'm talking about the West Virginia shot put event. Matter of fact, I think I have the link for that. Give me a second. And it is, here we go. So let me show you what I'm talking about here. This is the middle school athletes step out of shot put against a trans girl who won. This trans girl, she absolutely destroyed all of the other athletes at the event. 5 girls said they're going to lose. They were going to be destroyed. They had absolutely no chance. So therefore, why go into the game? Why play a rigged game? And they were suspended. They were punished. They were ostracized by the school system in West Virginia for not competing in a rigged game. Can you imagine that? I mean, in every other... Oh, wait a minute. Forgot to put my face up there. In every other aspect, in every other event you could possibly think of. Imagine if you went to Atlantic City or Las Vegas or one of the casinos owned by various states, like in New York State, Turning Stone or something, and you decided you're not going to play the slot machine. So they decided, since you're not playing the slot machine, we're going to take away $500. You lose $500 because you chose not to play the slot machine, or because you chose not to play blackjack, or you chose not to play roulette. Doesn't matter that you don't know how to play roulette, you don't know how to play baccarat. No, you lose. That's it. You have to be punished. Why is the government micromanaging people's lives? Why is the government introducing itself in this way, forcing people to do things they don't want to do, that they have no obligation to do? No one is obligated in this case. Because, and honestly, the ultimate answer is, it's not about the girls. It wasn't about the girls in West Virginia. This wasn't about the competition in West Virginia. This was about the government, the Biden-Harris administration, and their progressive socialist ideology saying, you must obey. You don't have a choice. It's not even about the trans student or the trans movement. Quite honestly, it has nothing to do with trans. It's about obedience. That the government said, you don't have a voice and you don't have a choice. That's why they made it a crime, or making it the equivalent of a crime of Title IX, that if you don't participate, you are the problem. You must be punished. It is you who is at fault because you aren't complying with the will of a group of elites who changed the rules, who biased the system, that have a prejudice built in against you. And if you have grown up knowing only that you are the one who must suffer, that you must comply or else, and that is the only thing, and they're teaching you that in middle school, in junior high school, if that is the lesson you're learning, what is the lesson you're going to carry with you through high school and college and into your everyday life? Keep your head down, say nothing, do what you're told. That's not freedom. That's not freedom. That's the kind of statement, that's the kind of life model we would expect from Venezuela, from Cuba, from North Korea, from China. You know, nations where you don't have freedom, where you don't have free speech or free choice. That's what we would expect, and that's what they are putting into our kids now. So you should be concerned about this. It doesn't matter whether you support or don't support trans. That has nothing to do with it. It's not even really about women's sports, although they are the tool that is being used to make this happen. Young women are being used as simply a tool to enforce the will of the government, the will of progressive ideologues, the splinter of the Democratic Party. They are being used as a weapon against free speech and choice. The happiness clause of the Declaration of Independence, you know, to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, you don't get that anymore. You don't get liberty or the pursuit of happiness. You get what you're told, and you better obey. I think that was one of the bigger cases that we have heard this week, and it didn't get national attention because it's obvious. obvious that this is a problem. There was a congressional hearing earlier this week. Oh, I don't have it. The link will be in the description at the end of the show. And in that, we had a congressional hearing, and I covered this earlier this week, where the Biden administration just admits, yeah, it's about control. It's about not having the freedom of choice. It's really, really aggravating. And I was insanely upset about that. Dow says, if you want to compete in the appropriate category that doesn't pit biological advantages against those disadvantaged by the same. Simple. Government shouldn't be involved. Yeah, we wouldn't want a kid who weighs 50 pounds to be wrestling against a kid who weighs 150 pounds. That's why we have weight classes. It's just so obvious when we think real world and we think of real world consequences. It's obvious in every single sport. You don't put college basketball players against high school or junior high school kids because it's inappropriate. And if they did, no one would be upset with the junior high school team saying, we're not going to play basketball against the college basketball players. It's a rigged game. It's inappropriate. We're going to lose. And yet, the Biden administration, with its changes to Title IX, in its view of women's sports, and the message to women is, it doesn't matter. You don't have a choice. You don't have freedom. This is coming from the very same Democrats and progressives that say they're there to support women. And yet, their support is comply. But you're not supposed to think of it that way. They want you to think of it as, well, this is about trans rights. No, this isn't about trans rights at all. This isn't about trans people. It's not about transphobia. They use those words to try and distract you from what is actually at the core of the problem. Because it isn't the trans student or the fact that the student is trans. That's not the problem. The problem is compliance. And they don't want you to think about that. Because if you realize that the Democratic Party, the progressives and socialists who have promised to champion women are also using women to force other women to have no choice in their life, to teach them, to indoctrinate them into compliance, that you might not vote for those Democrats. You might not vote for those progressives. You might not go to those progressive colleges and schools. You might want something different for you as a woman or your family members as women. You might want them to have that right of choice. They don't want you to think about that. In this channel, we will think about that. We will bring that up. Now, you may disagree with me, and I'd love to hear the argument from the left that says, Mike, no, you don't understand. You misunderstand. Do I? Do I truly misunderstand that that's the rule? That's the goal right now. Compliance. No, they don't want to talk about that. You're not. I'm the bad guy, and they're going to say, transphobe, ist and phobe, stop speaking. Please stop speaking, because someone might realize what you're saying isn't about the ist and the phobe. It's about freedom. They don't want you to have that. They want to silence anyone before everyone realizes, oh, no, this is about indoctrination. It's about freedom. It's about an authoritarian government, no different than China, no different than Venezuela, the very places that millions of people are trying to escape from, and they are trying to transform America into that. And that's a problem. Now, you may disagree, and I'm perfectly happy to hear the voices that disagree. You can call into 929-715-8569, and you can call in and leave your comment. Or you can do as we can see with Dal and with Hal and with Democrat Mike. I know they joined us, Jason from Bing, and so many others. You can join in on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, X, if you want to call it that, Rumble, and leave your comment there as well. So I wanted to bring that up because that really annoyed me this week. And I can't imagine that the people in West Virginia are going to stand for that. But the problem isn't West Virginia. It's the Biden administration's change of the federal Title IX rules, and it starts there. I guarantee you that they will use trans and they will use women and their compliance to these changes to the Title IX rules to continue to shift the goalposts until they get everyone under that same model of indoctrination and compliance. So I think that's a very big issue, and I know it's not something that got a lot of attention this week, but it is important. Now, something that did get a bit of attention this week, you may have heard about it, is that Biden was lying per minute. He made a lie per minute. He was on CNN. He had an interview. It was 17 minutes long. He loves to have short interviews so that people don't get to focus on what he's saying. He doesn't have to give a lot of details. And Joe Biden had this short 17-minute interview. It was so egregious. It was so misinformed, so disinformed. It was so anti-intellectual that the board of the New York Post, the editorial board, had to speak about this and highlight he was lying virtually one lie every single minute. Now, CNN didn't point that out. The mainstream news media has basically ignored it, although they did highlight, and you may have heard, that, inflation under Donald Trump was 9%. That's the lie. That's one of the big lies, the one that's popular amongst most people. Donald Trump, he had 9% inflation in January 2021, when we saw Joe Biden take over, inflation was at 9%. And so Joe Biden, the reason why inflation is at 19%, it's because of Donald Trump. Orange man, bad. It's all his fault. It's a lie. It is a factual lie. The government, the United States government itself, will tell you and has charted that it is a lie. Inflation under Donald Trump was 1.4%. 1.4. Under Joe Biden today, it is 19%. Don't believe me? Go to the store, buy Snickers, buy a candy bar, buy a soda, buy anything. Buy anything. Buy lettuce if you can find it. Buy eggs if you can afford it. Tell me that you don't see the difference in inflation under the Bidenomics versus Donald Trump. But let's go through this interview because it was insane what we saw here. So they highlight. Now, the first lie, I believe, was Joe Biden has consistently said that he created 15 million jobs. That is a blatant, absolute lie. It has been debunked by every major news media, even the ones that don't like to be honest, have to admit didn't happen because there was a global lockdown. And globally, across the world, every single country, we saw people not go to work. Everywhere in the world, every country in the world had this. People stopped going to work because they were told, don't go to work. There were lockdowns internationally. And then people went back to work. And the argument can be made that Joe Biden delayed people going back to work. Many Democrats in many places, like in California under Gavin Newsom, like in New York under Kathy Hochul, like with Gretchen Whitmer, got to get her name right. Gretchen Whitmer out of Michigan, they held back their populations, delayed. Remember, your kids couldn't go back to school and teachers couldn't go back to school because they had to do remote learning. They refused to go back. Even now in New York City, people are working remotely because they refuse to go back. Businesses are trying to readjust because people aren't going back. Because we've trained people for years not to. That was under the Democrats. And when people did go back to work, It was just people going back to the same job, to the same pay, with the same duties. Nothing was different. You didn't have to reapply. You didn't have to get interviewed all over again. You didn't get a new contract or a new pay schedule. You didn't have new duties at your job. You went back and did the same thing you've been doing beforehand. That's not a new job. That is you going back to work. According to Joe Biden, every time someone goes on vacation and they come back from vacation, that's a new job. It's the same kind of logic. Again, it's like what's happening in West Virginia. They're making it up as they go to make it look good without, and the core problem is you didn't do anything. Joe Biden lied. He goes on, and I'm going to get to the comments in a moment, but people may not have heard all the different lies. Other than Herbert Hoover, Donald Trump is the only president that lost more jobs than he created. That, again, is a lie, because you have to count everyone who, during the lockdowns, everyone not going to work as the same thing as people being fired. Goes back to the first thing. You weren't fired. You didn't lose your job. You just stopped being able to go to work because of the lockdowns. So it is, again, a lie connected to the first lie. Third lie. Look at what he's saying he's going to do if he gets elected. He says he's going to do away with what I've done to Medicare, reducing the price of Medicare. Another lie. Donald Trump has never said that. There is no quote. There is no out of context wording that proves that. That is just Joe Biden gaslighting the American people to put fear into the minds of many of our seniors to try and scare them away from voting for Donald Trump. He has never said that. Again, doesn't matter if you like Donald Trump, if you hate Donald Trump, whether you want to have a beer with him or if you want to marry him. I could care less. He didn't say it. It's a lie. There's supposed to be rules against misinformation in the United States. Democrats wanted to put together a department of misinformation and disinformation. This is literally disinforming the public. Where are the penalties against the Biden-Harris administration for saying something that is factually not true? And remember, Joe Biden came in, the first thing he did, the first day, he destroyed. Donald Trump lowered the cost of many Medicare medications, including insulin, on his way out of office. He had a bill. He changed the pricing. First day, Joe Biden, January 21st of 2021, he eliminated that order. And then 2 months later, he made it law again. He reinstated it under his name. So basically, he's taking credit for the work of other people, and he's saying, this is what I did, when in fact it was done previous to him. So not a surprise, because Joe Biden plagiarizes. Let's go on with something else. There are 1,000 billionaires, and they only get taxed 8.3% in America. Lie. The top 0.1% of Americans pay 25% in taxes, and they are responsible for 70% of all taxes that are paid in America. Complete lie. Of course, the fifth one is the one that always gets me. The economy has turned around. Bidenomics is working. You just don't understand. We've been hearing this for 2 years, since August of 2022, when the Biden-Harris administration changed the definition of what is a recession, because America started a recession in August of 2022, as did the rest of the world. The recession in the United Kingdom, the recession in Europe, the recession in Southeast Asia all started in the summer of 2022. And when the world is in a recession, the United States is in a recession. That's just the facts. But Joe Biden has lied to the American people to their face, changed the definitions of the words so that he could say, no, it's not a recession anymore. We changed the meaning So it's now all new and it's all fine. And Bidenomics is doing fantastic, and you're doing great. You just don't understand it. It's so insane. And then he wants to tell you that the polls, that every poll that is being done, they're all lying. The polls for the last 18 months, they're all lying. That Joe Biden is doing fantastic in every poll, even though virtually 90% of all the polls over the last 2 years have shown Joe Biden losing. But he suddenly thinks they're all wrong. They're all wrong. What was the other big one here's the inflation one. That was lie number 8. It's just all wrong. We're not walking away from Israel. We are. Well, we went over that already. I like this one. 13. You can't only love your country when you win. Well, tell that to the progressives and Democrats. When we saw in 2016 that Hillary Clinton lost, they were screaming that the world was over, that the country was done. They were rioting within an hour of the news that Donald Trump had won and Hillary had lost. They have continued to cry and scream and yell about Orange Man bad. In fact, that is now a term, and so is TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome, because they can't accept that they didn't win. They have to win. You have to comply. Remember, they always tell you about how you have the wrong feelings, that you have to accept their feelings, that you have to adopt their feelings. Their feelings, their truth is more important than the facts, the empirical data. It's more important than the feelings you already have. You have to change to them. They must win in everything, always, and you can never keep up. You can never be progressive enough. You can never be socialist enough. You're always behind the 8 ball. You are always the problem, and you must accept everything they say. That comes from the Democrats. That comes from the progressives. That's not a requirement of libertarians, of conservatives, of Republicans, of anyone. Even mainstream Democrats don't have that requirement. Only the progressives. Every single time. I thought that was very interesting. I thought it was eye-opening. And I don't think a lot of people saw that it was so egregious that the entire editorial board had to comment and point out over and over again. And CNN was happy to let Joe Biden make all of these lies without any pushback. They didn't stop him. They weren't stopping him. They weren't correcting him. They weren't informing their audience real time live as he spoke that this is factually not true. No, they were happy to let them believe that because they were fortifying the 2024 election. Fortifying the 2024 election. Now, with that said, let me stop for a moment because there was a comment earlier from Democrat Mike. For those who don't know the channel, there are some people who comment that I am used to. I know their names. I see them comment on a regular basis, which is fantastic. And one individual we have is someone we call Democrat Mike. His name is Mike. There's a dozen Mikes that actually leave comments, so we try to differentiate between each Michael or Mike that speaks and leaves comments on the channel. And Democrat Mike is a Democrat, a very ardent Biden supporter, which is fine. We are happy to have him on the channel and to leave his comments. And Democrat Mike asked a very interesting question, and let me see here if I can find it. He said, Kristi Noem had a rough last couple of weeks. I'll laugh if Donald Trump picks her as his VP. Now, this was in the comments. Let me address that. Kristi Noem has not been a front runner as a pick for vice presidency under Donald Trump pretty much ever. Even before the scandal that just recently came up, she was second to Elise Stefanik and at one point Carrie Lake. each of those women were ahead of Kristi Noem, according to all insider predictions in terms of all politicos out there. No one was picking Kristi Noem. But now, after she has revealed that she killed a dog, a puppy, I don't think Kristi Noem's career, political career, is dead. It's like what happened with, oh God, what's his name? He's out of Utah. Milk Toast. Senator. Mitt Romney. It's like Mitt Romney when he ran. And he was describing to the nation how he tied his dog to the roof of his car on a family trip. That killed his career. It's the reason why did John Wick do so well as a movie? Because the bad guys killed the puppy and John Wick killed them all brutally. You don't do that to a dog. And Kristi Noem shot herself in the foot. She destroyed her political career. She destroyed her career. She killed a dog. She killed a puppy. If you want to end your political career, if you want to make enemies across the globe, kill a dog. And so she did that. That's the end of her career. And I am not surprised. But at the same time, I wasn't expecting that. Now, I do see a comment that came to us from over on Rumble that Playa 1, and that's Playah 1, interesting name, says definition of stupid is supporting Zionism. Now, I disagree with you. I disagree with you, Playa. I thank you for the comment, but I disagree. Now, you may not like Zionism. That's fine. That's up to you. But I think terrorism is worse. And as much as you may not like a Israeli nation, I'm pretty sure you're against being forced into a religion or being killed, which is the terms that Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Iran have on play. That's what they offer. Their fanatical view of Islam is that you either convert and you follow the Ayatollah or you die. That's their view. Now, if I had a choice between accepting Israel as a state or the ideology of these terrorists, I'm taking Israel. So you may disagree, but I can't support that. I support Israel. I've always supported Israel, and we made that very clear on the channel. But thank you for the comment on Rumble. We did see it, and I do appreciate you commenting today and watching the show. Let me see. I was trying to find, and since we're talking about the vice presidential candidates, I'm trying to find, where are the betting odds? Nope. Oh, here we go. So let me show everyone what I'm looking at here. So the odds, according to Odds Trader, the odds of Donald Trump winning the 2024 election, 50%. 4% for JFK. Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris will not win. Neither will Michelle Obama. No surprise there. And for Joe Biden, they say 47%. So again, this matches every single poll for the last 2 years. In terms of the VP pick, Doug Burgum, who is a governor, Governor Doug Burgum, has been getting more and more attention. He's becoming more favored, but the one person we have been consistently talking about has been Tim Scott. Tim Scott has always, Senator Tim Scott, we believe will be the VP pick. You can go back on the channel. We've been talking about this for a year and a half, almost 2 years now. And we have always told you that we believe he's going to be the vice presidential pick for Donald Trump. We have been consistent on that. And it seems odds are more likely that. Elise Stefanik, who is the most likely of women, we believe, has been out of favor. And Tulsi Gabbard, I know some people hold out hope for that, but I just don't see that. Now, we have seen, other than Doug Burgum, other than Tim Scott, Marco Rubio has recently been talked about, as have been Ben Carson. They are unlikely. So that's just one of the sources talking about the bets. You notice the one person who has not been on those charts, Kristi Noem. And no one's been betting in favor of Kristi Noem. Other than maybe 2 years ago, her name came up a couple of times. She was never a realistic choice. Never was. So just to address that for Democrat Mike. But I can understand why Democrat Mike might think that, or would hope that Trump would do that, because he supports Joe Biden. So he hopes that that Donald Trump would do something that perhaps Joe Biden would do, an error, a mistake, and take something that would make it harder for Donald Trump to win. It's not a reality, but I can understand why a Democrat would hope that Trump would do that to make his chance of winning weaker. It's kind of like when RFK decided that he wanted to have Nicole Shanahan as his vice presidential pick, even though he's an independent. And the second that he did pick her, which was universally seen as basically she bought into the vice presidency. It was about money. No two ways about it. She was the wife of one of the founders of Google. She's incredibly wealthy. RFK Jr. needs the money to be competitive. He picked her for the money. It was a pay-for-play political situation. Everyone seems to agree with that. And instantly, RFK Jr. lost about 3 to 5 points off of his, God help me, he lost 3 to 5% off of his polling, as everyone has noticed. I think I can even show you that real clear. 1 second. I think I have real clear politics. So, general election, again, Donald Trump consistently winning, especially if you go back, you can see consistently winning over time. And again, almost all the polls tend to say the same thing. But specifically, I'm looking at the five-way, so you can see this for yourself. And looking at the five-way race, we see Kennedy is at about 10.8%. But if you look at the exact numbers, and if you look at him charting here, I believe he picked up Shanahan right about there. That was about March 18th. And you can see that from the moment that he picked her, he's been trailing down for the most part. He's been trending down, and that's because Michelle Shanahan was a horrible choice for him. Donald Trump isn't that dumb. I don't think he's going to pick someone who's going to do the same kind of impact to him. That's my opinion. You may think I am wrong. That's okay. So we've talked a little bit about that. We've talked about Title IX. We've talked about women's rights. Let's talk about women in general. Now, one of the big concerns that I think women should have is about being protected in America. Gun control, the gun control issue is especially important to young women. If you live in a poor neighborhood, if you're in an urban center, poor, crime is a big deal. Also for women, crime is a big deal. It's incredibly important. But what we have seen consistently is that Democrats, the far left, don't like to connect the fact that their policies empower criminals, and because of that, we need to defend ourselves. And especially women should be able to defend themselves. They don't like to highlight that. Now, I believe we have, yes. Now, you may have heard earlier this week in New York State, remember, New York State, Kathy Hochul, Democrats said their policies have done great. You've heard from Joe Biden. Crime is down, which is a lie. We have proven this on this channel many times from data from the FBI, data from both California, New York, many states have proven that crime is down from the peak of the BLM riots, but crime is up versus the trend of 2013 to 2019 consistently. We know especially in New York, as an example. That gun crime in particular has been up versus 2013 to 2019, but it is down versus the peak. And that's the thing. So many of the policies of the Biden administration are down from the peak. They keep saying, it's down, it's better. They leave out from the peak, which is incredibly important because the policies of the Biden administration haven't gotten back to normal. They aren't lower. They're just not as bad as it was at the time that our cities were burning, that BLM and the progressives were burning down cities like Minneapolis, like Seattle, like Portland, like Austin, even Brooklyn. They were burning down the cities, Atlanta, and they were killing children, like in Atlanta, like in Seattle, like in many places, Indiana as well. So that's down from the peak. Very important thing. So women should be trying to protect themselves. And it's these crazy policies that progressives have put out there that have endangered women. You may have heard about this guy, Kashan Parks. Kashan Parks has been arrested. He got tracked down because he's on video, a video that was initially suppressed on May 1st. It is alleged that Kashan Parks walked up in the middle of the night in the Bronx, came up to a woman, took his belt, wrapped it around her throat, strangled her, dragged her between two cars, and then sexually assaulted her. That happened on May 11th, Saturday, it was May 1st when it happened. No one in the news media, the New York elected officials didn't talk about this. No one learned about this until we got to see the video that only came out this week. Once people had saw the video, saw the assault, which I thought I had, but I don't. But once we found out about this, it was then that we saw they wanted to say, well, this is an exception. It's not an exception. It's consistent. This has been a consistent problem, and it has been a growing problem, which is why women should be able to defend themselves with a firearm. But New York says women can't defend themselves with a firearm. Would this man, Kashan Parks, would he have gone after this woman if he knew she may be armed? If New York wasn't so anti-gun. In fact, the Buffalo shooter, he wrote in his manifesto that one of the reasons why he was confident he would be able to get away with it, to kill so many individuals, was because New York had suppressed the Second Amendment so much there was no one who was going to be able to challenge him except the police. So he had a free run of killing people until the police were able to catch up to him. That's what he was afraid of. And that's terrifying. That should terrify people. And that's why people like Kashan Parks is able to commit the kind of crimes that he is. And one of the common problems right now, as mentioned by Latina Brown, and she mentioned this, that if this guy, Kashan Parks, doesn't stay in prison because he may not, the Bronx DA, Clark, all of the sexual assault victims and Bronx residents will be at your office calling for your resignation. And the fear is, because of the reforms by the same progressives that took away the right of women to defend themselves, the same ones that are allowing more and more illegal aliens to come into America that wind up killing some American students, as we have seen previously, they have a revolving door policy. This guy could be arrested and walk out of the jail overnight because bail reform, because Kashan is black, because he's black and poor, he may, under the rules of cashless bail of criminal justice reform, they may let him back out immediately. This is terrifying. We saw this with the 11 illegal aliens that beat up 2 police officers at 42nd Street and were immediately released back into the public. 5 of them instantly ran to California under different names so that they would not be prosecuted for the crime. That's the cashless bail. That's the policies of the left. And it's kind of like the policies with Joe Biden. The lie is that you are safe, that you are protected, that their policies are making you safer. But the gun control isn't making you safe. Cashless bail isn't making you safe. And women are terrified, and they should be. They should be. Because they have been denied the opportunity to defend themselves, and they have been put into a place where criminals are consistently coming back and attacking them over and over again. Why are people voting for this kind of stuff? Let me see. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense why people want to be and support progressive ideology. You get lied to on a regular basis. They are undermining your ability to live a relatively safe life, that they're endangering their own constituents. How about this? Another thing that I thought was rather interesting, and you may have seen this if you saw the Friday roundtable, you listened to my comments with my interview with Lars Mapstead. We talked about Kathy Hochul said out loud the part that progressives say quietly. She thought she was safe. She was at a conference with other progressives in California. She was in a progressive stronghold in a private, or relatively private meeting. She thought she was safe amongst friends. She didn't think anyone would be watching and paying attention. And so she said that black kids in the Bronx are too dumb to understand what is a computer. Now, I want you to think about that. She says, and I will quote her here. She says, quote, "Right now, we have young black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word computer is. They don't know these things." Now, there are many reasons why you should be upset about this. It is insensitive. It is inaccurate. It is misinformation. It is disinformation. It is derogatory. It is, many people would say, and I do agree, it is racist. There's so many problems with this. But again, it's like what we saw with West Virginia. It's like what we're seeing with Joe Biden. It's the lie you are being told. Because Kathy Hochul says, well, we need to, the answer to this, government is the solution. Government's the one who failed. Let's throw out the fact that this is insensitive. Let's throw out the fact that it's racist. Let's throw out the fact that it is factually incorrect, that it is a factual lie. Throw that all out. Let's take Kathy Hochul at her word. Let's put ourselves in the mindset of those progressives that were all listening to her and nodding their head, going, oh yeah, you're right. Black kids just don't know what a computer is in 2024. Not 1950, in 2024. Well, if they don't know what that is, isn't that because of the failure of Democrat policies in our schools? That's a failure of the Department of Education. That's a failure of New York State's education policies. That is a failure of the unions, the school unions in New York that control what teachers are able to teach kids and what they can't. It is a failure of her policies. If, in fact, there are any kids in the Bronx of any color that don't know what a computer is in 2024, that is a failure of progressive politics. Especially in the super blue progressive city of New York, which is located in the super blue Democrat state of New York, which Kathy Hochul is the governor. She has just told you, and everyone, the BBC, all the mainstream news media, wanted to focus on the fact that she said something that was blatantly racist and insulting and derogatory. And everyone was focusing on that. And many of her fellow Democrats were trying to find ways to deflect this and to make sure that you forget, which is why the story is dead. No one is talking about it. This will not come up from any more Democrats will not speak about this anymore. The mainstream news media will not speak about this ever again. They want you to forget. You're not supposed to remember this. You're not supposed to think about this. You're not supposed to have a conversation about it. That story is over. They want to move on, but you shouldn't. Just like crime, you shouldn't just glance over it. You shouldn't just accept that it's safe and you just don't understand. No, this is a problem because it's her policies that failed. She's trying to get more money and more power and more control over what students learn and how they learn, and get more money to teach them her indoctrination. And her indoctrination, by her example, failed to do something basic. They're so busy trying to teach applications of critical race theory, of CRT. They're so busy trying to instill diversity, equity, and inclusion. They're so worried about intersectionality that they're forgetting to deal with the basics. And if a kid doesn't know what computer is, they probably don't know math either. If they don't have reading comprehension, then they probably don't have math comprehension either. And it's all because they're trying to tell you that math is racist. They're so busy trying to explain that and drill that into your head, that math is racist. They're not teaching the kids how to do basic math. They're so busy trying to push equity and DEI that they're forgetting to teach kids what is the word computer. What does that mean? What is it? How do you use it? Remember when Joe Biden went on CNN and he was speaking, this is in 2021, he's speaking on a CNN town hall, and he told the audience, Black and Hispanics don't know how to use the internet. Do you remember that? I do. And this is the same thing. Well, that would be a failure of the education system. That would be a failure of the Democratic policies. Oh, but you can't hold them accountable to that. In fact, you're supposed to forget. Forget it ever happened. I can't forget that. I will never forget that. Maybe, again, if there's anyone on the left that wants to try and explain to me how that was acceptable, please do. I heard New York Assembly Speaker Carl Hastie, who's in my district. Actually, Carl Hastie and I went to the same high school. We went to Evander Childs High School. He's a little bit older than me, but Carl Hastie went to the same high school as I did. He had some of the same teachers that I did. He grew up in the same Bronx neighborhood that I did. His office is in my neighborhood. It's about 6 blocks, 7 blocks away from me right now. I know Carl Hastie. I've met Carl Hastie. Carl Hastie said that Kathy Hochul misspoke. Kathy Hochul said she misspoke. Now, she didn't say, oh, I meant black kids in Staten Island instead of the Bronx. She didn't say, oh, I meant all kids, not black kids. She was very, very specific in saying exactly what she said. She knew what she said. She's not new to politics. She's been governor. She went through an election. She was in elected office before she became governor and before she became lieutenant governor. She's been in politics for over a decade. She has been giving speeches for years. She didn't misspeak. She said exactly what she wanted to say. She didn't expect to get caught. And Carl Hastie, the New York Assembly, Democrats are running around and they tried to excuse this and say, no, you just don't understand. I understand. Black kids are dumb. That's what she said. Black kids are poor and dumb, and she is the solution. That's what she said. That's the meaning of what she said. There is no misunderstanding that. But they've been trying to give her an excuse, and you're supposed to forget. How can any black, Latino, any woman, how can you support these policies? I've got to ask this question. And I asked this in a short earlier in the week, but I've got to ask it again. If you are watching this and you heard her say these things, if you're watching the crime and looking how criminals are being released on a regular basis to continue to plague the society, how can you support these progressive policies? How can, when you see that they fail over and over and over again, when Joe Biden lies to you, every minute, he's giving you one lie per minute. It is factually, empirically proven he is a liar. When Kathy Hochul is lying to your face, she is insulting you to your face. She is telling you that you are worthless to your face. How do you vote Democrat? How do you support these progressive ideas? When they fail in West Virginia. They fail in everywhere that they have been applied. They failed in West Virginia. They failed when Joe Biden was talking to the public, lie after lie after lie. And they fail when we listen to Kathy Hochul. Why are you voting Democrat? I don't understand it. Why are you voting progressive? I don't understand it. Literally, please call in. Call into the program and please explain to me. 929-715-8569. Explain it to me. Type in a message on YouTube, on Facebook, on DLive, on Twitter, on Rumble. Explain it to me. Because I can't get it. You want to tell me that Trump is the bad guy. You want to tell me that being a Republican, being a conservative, being a libertarian are bad things. You want to tell me that those are all the bad guys. I am watching the policies and seeing the consequences just like you are, that are affecting our kids, that are affecting women and minorities, and the policies of these progressives are hurting people, are destroying people's lives. And you're telling me the Republicans are the bad guys? Oh, that's Donald Trump's fault. What? That's the progressives. That's conservatives and Republicans. It's their fault. How? Please clarify this for me. How? How is it our fault? How is it that I, as a Republican, who wants to enforce the law, who wants to prevent illegal aliens from coming into America so they can't kill American students, so that I want to hold criminals accountable so that when they break the law, they stay in jail. That we want to teach kids not about DEI and equity. We want to teach kids not about trans rights or critical race theory. I want them to understand how to do math, and I want them to be able to have reading comprehension. How am I the bad guy? How is anyone the bad guy except the progressives? We'll never get an answer to this, by the way. They won't call into the show. They won't call in. They never call in. Kathy Hochul will never respond to this. She has forgotten about this, and she will never comment on it. Carl Hastie, Speaker of New York Assembly, has forgotten about this. He will never speak about this again. He will count on the fact that you will forget. The mainstream news media will move on. Same reason why they won't talk about the Americans in Haiti. 40,000 Americans in Haiti that are starving, that are being threatened by gangs and being shot at. You know what? Don't talk about it. 16,000 Americans in the Sudan, where there is a genocide going on. Children are being shot to death as we speak. News media won't mention any Americans in that country. Doesn't exist. They want you to forget. Because if you actually think about these things, you might not vote Democrat. And they desperately need you to vote Democrat. They are desperate that you must vote Democrat. Because it's too close of a race. It's too close. They can't trust it. They only have a lead of about 2 maybe 3 votes. That's it. Oh, we do have a call coming in. Hang on one second. Hello, and thank you for calling in. Give me 1 second. And caller, thank you for calling into the program. Can I ask, what's your first name?
Hey, Mike, it's Jason. How you doing?
Hey, Jason. Good to hear from you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just listening to your program off and on today. Had a lot of good content that you been putting out the last week or so. I saw your interview there with the potential presidential, candidate for the Libertarian Party. Thought that interview went over really well. Um,
Thank you.
and yeah, it was definitely some interesting points that were brought up in that conversation.
I
And
tried.
Yeah, no, it was good. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, to say, on your part, as far as I noticed that, once you did, I mean, he probably was expecting, he even admitted so, or I don't know if he admitted or said, but he was actually expecting maybe you to push him a little bit more on certain issues. But honestly, overall, I thought it's a very fair interview. But the one thing I did notice is that it comes to a point where when you're talking about foreign policy and the United States involvement in foreign affairs, it always comes down to context. And it's like anybody could always say that, well, I won't do this, or I won't assign troops and go over here, or we get involved with everything and we're constantly causing all this trouble. And yet I remember his own admission was the fact, though, is that, well, geez, you know what, I don't have the pertinent information that is um, given to me, is given, to, presidential candidates on a regular basis. And so, we're able to, make judgments, hindsight 2020 on every, individual, thing that's done. And to look at through that sort of scope, it gives you some perspective. And I noticed that with your line of questioning, when you started asking about, the United States involvement, well, what would you do here? Would you allow this to happen? I mean, would you not fund the military? And it's like I said, it's one of those things where I think that the more specific you are, on the questions, as I noticed that you were getting, the more you realize is that at certain times is when certain choices are being presented in front of you as a president. I mean, you're going to make decisions that probably you just wouldn't have, or wouldn't, or you could say that you wouldn't have otherwise.
Well,
Um,
well, I think part of that is the realization that it's fun in games. It's wonderful to say I would do this or that when it's just in a classroom at Columbia University. Oh, I support children. Okay, well, here's the real world. That's great. That's your classroom. Now here comes the real world, and there are kids who are being slaughtered in Darfur. What are you doing? Oh, I don't want to talk about those kids. What about the kids in Haiti? Oh, we don't want to talk about those kids. I want to talk about the kids in Gaza. Yeah, but there are more kids in Haiti. There are more kids in Darfur than in Gaza. And by the way, the Israeli government's trying to protect those kids by saying, get out before we start. Why are you focused on that? And that's when when you honestly get someone to stop and think about that, they have to realize, oh, because I'm playing politics. It's not about the answer, it's about the politics. And that's when they get really, really
yeah,
disturbed.
Yeah, and that's one of the things too, is that you could easily say, well, if we didn't do this, then this wouldn't have happened. And I noticed even too is just like, well, why are we funding foreign wars? Why are we giving all this money and weaponry to these countries? I mean, or even with Israel, I think even a point was made, is just like, well, they have the capacity to deal with this stuff on their own. And I mean, it's one of those things, though, is you don't, I mean, you've got to be able to have the foresight to understand what that actually means, is that irregardless of what weapons are given to Israel, they're going to defend themselves. And if they aren't given, the weapons from the United States, or these pinpoint, weapons, they're going to use whatever they have on hand to defend themselves. And in the end, if they run out of weapons and the only thing they have to defend themselves in the end are nukes, guess what? I mean, they've already said that they're not going to basically put through another Holocaust. And if, their, supply runs out, guess what's happening? Any country that threatens them in a way, to wipe them off the, planet, or, to basically cause mass genocide against them, they'll be willing to do that. And that's one of those things where I think that connection is not being made. And, and that is one thing too, is that makes it even more frustrating about what Joe Biden has just done, with basically, pulling any sort, or slow walking, the military aid, to the country. Because I mean, the thing is though, is that they don't understand. Another thing isn't understood as well too, is that, when Israel makes decisions and they plan their defense and how they're going to, fight wars, or they're going to deal with foreign nations, they have an understanding that the United States is going to be there to supply them with certain weapons and certain arms and certain amount of funding. And if they have to make plans though without that funding, guess what happens? It turns into a whole different war. It turns in, I mean, you're not going to be able to sit, right there, with somebody constantly, shooting rockets at you every single day, because guess what? You're not going to have that Iron Dome. Because if the Iron Dome isn't funded, well, geez, if we can't defend ourselves with the Iron Dome, well, how are we gonna protect ourselves? Well, I guess we're just gonna have to wipe everybody off the map who's shooting rockets in that direction. But you know what? Nobody
Mhm.
thinks that way. Nobody understands that. Well, geez, oh, what are they going to do? They're just going to put down their arms, and there's going to be peace. No, I mean, it's been said a million times by a lot of different people. The fact is that, if Hamas puts down their weapons, and gives up, the war ends tomorrow. If frickin', Israel puts down their weapons, they're wiped off the map. You know.
Well, that is the realistic difference. That Hamas will not stop as long as Israel exists. Neither will Iran. They they've made it very clear. But at the same time, Israel has made it very clear. Just try to have peace. Give them some assurance of any step towards peace, and they'll accept it. And that's as simple as, and again, as we see, everyone, including Joe Biden, everyone in the world has said, give us the hostages, alive or dead, and you can get a ceasefire. Hamas has said, no, we want Israel to be dead. That's not equivalent exchange. Am I wrong in understanding that? Am I wrong about that?
No, well, and the thing is, the amazing thing is that, the narrative keeps coming out all the time, and they say that, and then what happens is the Biden administration actually backtracks and, pretty much says, well, you know what, we're going to give you a ceasefire even though you keep all the hostages. Well, even though you are still shooting, rockets, well, you can shoot rockets, but if you don't shoot, too many rockets, then we could still do a ceasefire. And this is the way that, Biden keeps rolling back, and it's just it's insane. I still consider, I mean, look at it. I believe that it's all about, the election situation, and the belief that if he believe, well, what I believe is that he looks at the election map, he sees Michigan, he sees that huge, that Muslim, Somalian radical, Islam, sector right there, and he believes that if he doesn't win over that entire area, then he will not win the election, and so he has to do whatever he can, to slow walk this, which I don't know. And then that being said, when I say that he thinks, I don't think he actually thinks anything, because I don't think he can think, but I think that whoever is behind him, running his, his administration, that's the strategy that's being obviously implemented. And I don't know. I pray to God that it could just completely backfires and he loses in a massive landslide like we haven't seen before. But only time will tell.
Yeah. Well, let me show. I'm putting this on the screen right now, and this is from Real Clear Politics, the aggregate polling, putting all the polls together and looking at the average return. And Michigan, as of May 12th, has Trump winning by 46 to 44.8. Biden loses by 1.2 points. And, to be competitive, Biden needs to have Michigan. And Michigan requires him to not support Israel. Same thing can be said for Wisconsin. And so that's why I think he's doing this. But I think it's dangerous. And one of the things that concerns me, tell me if this is a concern for you. Do you agree or
Hey, Mike,
not?
just so you know, Mike, just so you know, you're kind of breaking up, and I'm not sure whether I'm getting kind of cut off. I don't know if
No,
the
you're
the
fine.
mic's coming through on my end. Well, I mean, you can probably hear me, but it sounds like there's some sort of voice preventing me from fully hearing you, because it's like I hear you when you project your voice, but then it's cutting off when you're a little more silent.
Yeah, I understand. It's just the way
Okay.
the microphone, the system itself. So I understand.
Okay. Yeah. So okay.
But my question is, I believe that what Biden is doing with Israel right now is encouraging more terrorism in the world. Because does that make sense right off that bat? Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, I mean, his behavior is definitely, creating a situation where it creates more terrorism. I mean, Hamas is basically getting, the green light to do whatever they want, because every time, you know, they basically present, some sort of way for a ceasefire. Uh, you have Biden backtracking, on every single circumstance, and then even when you have the situation on the college campuses, even when situation gets to the point where they're literally threatening, Jews are getting threatened on campus, getting, bullied, tremendously. Biden is constantly, instead of basically, totally focused on the behavior of these people and how they're, being harassed and threatened. He's more emphasizing on First Amendment rights and, making sure that, everybody can protest. And, he's completely taking it out of context of what these people actually are doing. And again, it's just I don't even think it's a matter of I mean, there is a matter of, it's just, yeah. Look, he's projecting. He's already projected the fact that he's willing to do anything that he can right now to make sure that he doesn't turn off, like I said, the Muslims in Michigan. And the thing is that Hamas knows this, and so and it's not just Hamas though. You got to understand that it's got to be what Iran believes, because the thing is that Hamas themselves are just a proxy, of Iran.
Yeah.
And so basically Iran is the one who's basically running the show here. And so when you look at that, Iran's just like, look, you know what, we're just going to, create as much havoc, and then, get in as much opportunity as we can right now, before the election. Because I mean, the party, I mean, look at they know that the party's going to end if Trump or, gets elected.
Well, I'm sure that's what they're afraid of, and they're trying to get as much as they can beforehand. But the problems don't end when we get a new president, because the dominoes don't stop moving. It just means that a different president will react to the problem as opposed to Biden. But the problem's still there. And we still have Dearborn, Michigan. We still have all of those supporters of Hamas. They're in America. We still have the kids in the schools who have been trained to support genocide and Hamas. That doesn't go away just because we have a different president. The problem is still there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, yeah, and this is one of the things that actually is scary too. That I think everybody has to realize is that you know, um, these are a small minority of people, and
Mm-hmm.
they always say, well, there's just a small group of radicals, small group of people who are anti-Semitic. But the thing is that the amount of power that they currently have right now, and their ability to sway the president's behavior, it is extremely scary, because then you just think, is just like, okay, so we look now at the mass immigration and the border and all these people coming through, and nobody questions their ideology, nobody questions their beliefs, and the way that they see. And the thing is that if all these people that are crossing the border, or even a small percentage of these people that cross the border, believe the same thing that these radicals do in Michigan, I mean, it will have massive negative effects on future elections. Um, But then again, I suppose there's kind of a nuance to it, because I guess it only suppose will be a problem if Biden does come very close in this election, using this strategy where he's I mean he's taking a position that is very far away from the center of the country when it comes to the issue dealing with Israel. And so if he doesn't, if he, if he's able to win with this position, that he's taking and the behavior that he's doing, I mean, that would be very scary.
Well, it is realistic, and I think a lot of people aren't voting because they support Biden. It's like in 2020, they're voting against Orange Man bad, the perception of Orange Man bad, because we keep hearing that Trump is going to do all of these crazy things, but he's been president before. And he didn't do any of the crazy things that they said then or now. We already have a history of what he is like and what he will or will not do. But I think it's very interesting. Let me ask you this. It's on the screen right now. Do you agree with this? According to a recent poll, which was done by, I forgot who did the poll, USA Today. Today did a poll. 67% of the population believe that the protests at all of our colleges are going to lead to violence. That the net result at the end of the day will be more violence in America because of these college students. Do you agree with that? Do you think that's wrong?
More violence happening because of the protests in college. That's what the poll was?
The poll was asking the question, will this lead to more violence?
Yeah, I mean, one of the problems I think, one of the things that's happening too is that the thing is that because nobody's telling these people that they're doing, is crazy or wrong, and the president himself is basically projecting that even though I mean, he might say a couple things about some of the behavior being bad, he's not outright, taking a strong position, to shut down, these people, who have these, really negative positions, and by doing so, it makes these people empowered and believing that what they're doing is right. And and there's a lot of people too who are following these groups who are completely ignorant to what they're ever doing. So anyway, the bottom line is, as far as where the violence, I believe, would come into play, is the fact is that if in fact Trump becomes president, these people who end up losing or in these positions could technically become radicalized very, very easily, and that would be extremely dangerous. And the reason why I say they can become radicalized is because these people truly believe what they're doing is right. They're not being shut down by the Democrat Party in full. Nobody's come. I mean, they haven't abandoned these radical groups at all. And like I said, is that once they believe that what they're doing is right, and then they've projected the fact that Trump is this tyrant. He's the
Evil personified.
yeah, he's the most evil thing on the planet. And
Mm-hmm.
if they truly believe that if he wins the election, that democracy is at stake, then they'll do whatever they have to basically to shut them down. They'll feel justified taking more violent action. So when that poll reads that way, I would happen to agree with that, because I think that when you realize that where the president is and where the country's going, where the Democrats have been this entire way, feeling that honestly is rational to think that if that poll is in fact true, I would have to say that I would definitely think that people should, or they have a reasonable suspicion that that would be a possible outcome.
Okay. I definitely think that we are seeing, well, the kids have already been radicalized. That happened in 2020 with BLM. And we're seeing this as a continuation of that. This is part of that indoctrination for generation after generation. And I do think we're going to see the violence continue and expand out. And it's not about Hamas. It's not even about BLM. It's not about women. It's about compliance. You're not a progressive, or you're not progressive enough. Therefore, you're the bad guy. I'm the good guy. And according to the rules of microaggression, because you don't agree, well, that's an attack against me. That's a microaggression against me. That's violence. Therefore, I get to have all violence against you. That's the problem. And that is what they have been training these kids. That's why I think that's why we get to see more violence in the future.
Yeah, I mean, look at the. I mean, it's part. I mean, when you say it's about the progressives, and believing in their ideology, I mean, really, it's a complete total embrace. I mean, the progressive ideology that is embraced by all these radical groups, that is full circle, is that they hate the West and they hate America, and then what it was founded on, and why they hate it, is multiple, reasons that they believe it's so. And it basically just stems down from their more or less communist and Marxist ideology, which basically believes that anybody who has power or is in power or holds any sort of power is evil, and anything that basically doesn't have power or is anything that is weak is good. So they have their own moral code that simply says, if you're weak, you're good; if you're strong, you're evil. And then and that same ideology can be completely applied to the same mentality that actually created what Hochul said about black individuals not being able to understand computers. And so it's one of those things where she's just basically, I mean, obviously that it's a constantly projected line that if she continues to say that if people happen to be black, they're incapable of doing certain things. That's not their fault. It's always because of the system itself basically is racist against these individuals. you know
But
and
racism, wait a minute, but racism
Go ahead.
didn't make black kids not learn how to read or have reading comprehension. That's not racism. That's a failure in teaching. That's a failure in the emphasis of teaching kids to read versus to support equity. Does that make sense? Do you understand why I'm saying that?
Yeah. That definitely clarifies that point. Because yeah, you're right. I mean, the focus obviously is a failure. See, when she says that, she basically is just admitting to the failure that the Democrat Party has had within the Bronx for any amount of time. So even for the fact, if we take away and we just say that she's being hyperbolic about the failure of the school system, for specifically black individuals, in the Bronx. I mean, whose fault is that in the end? I mean, even if she's pointing that out, saying, "Oh, look, she's been hyperbolic," saying, "Well, black kids don't even know what a computer is because we completely failed them in the school system." I'm like, failed them in the school system. The Democrats have basically run the entire state for over 20 years, and then have
60.
run that entire area forever. And you're saying that it's a failure. Who's at fault? What policy are you going to implement all of a sudden after 20 years of Democrat rule that's going to change that? Are you going to
60
blame it
years.
on white supremacy or some other crazy
Well, well,
ideology
well,
that?
well, Democrats have controlled New York State's legislature and policies for 60 years, not 20, 60, longer than I have been alive. So that's the first thing. But yes, you're not supposed to think about that though. You're not supposed to hold them and their policies accountable. It's always someone else's fault. It's the same reason why they have bail reform. Oh, the criminal's not guilty. It's someone else's fault. It's always someone else's fault. Their answer is always the right answer, except for someone else. It's inflation isn't the fault of Bidenomics. It's Orange Man bad. Even though he didn't have the inflation problems, even though the economy was good, it's his fault that it's bad now, not the progressives and the policies they've put in place for the last 4 years. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, no, you're that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, right. They're going to avoid, any sort of accountability for their own actions, and they get away with this too. And I think one of the things that I started realizing, and I follow a lot of people making comments on this on Twitter and kind of arguing, with Democrats when they basically try to, you know, uh, you know, defend Hochul's comments on this. And I just, think about the fact though is that at some point I think that if you're a conservative or Republican, and Democrats constantly want to say that the system is systemically racist, against black individuals, and quite frankly, I think the Republicans literally have to start looking at policies which have been implemented, specifically targeting people who happen to be black for over 50 years, and how these policies have completely failed them, and they are part of the system. They are systemic, and they're continually systemic because anything that is systemically ruled by Democrats that fails black individuals, I would say that is a systemic problem that was created by them, and you can identify the policies specifically that actually have been harming people that happen to be black.
Well, it's not systemic in that sense. It's not racist. It's just failure. Their
Well,
policies fail, and
Well, well, that's the thing though, is how the policies are being targeted, It's how they're being implemented, how they're looking at implementing the policy. Because the bottom line is that when you constantly look at that, I don't even think it even, look at, I won't even say that Kathy Hochul's, opinion was being hyperbolic, to a degree. I honestly, truly believe
no.
it is what they call the soft, bigotry of low expectations. And I think that right there is an attitude is where, no, they truly believe, that when a person it happens to be black, is that no matter what you do, for them, is that they are going to constantly fail no matter what. And the thing is that if you don't have constant there is basically the government to be there, and basically I always use the impression if the government's not there to constantly wipe their ass, then they'll basically just shit all over the place, and that's what that's how the Democrats have treated black individuals, in my opinion, is they've constantly belittled them, people, to a point of basically making them feel that they just cannot achieve anything, and I remember I remember on your birthday, you even talked to the fact is that, they constantly, telling you, as a young man, saying that, well, guess what, you're not going to live beyond 50 years old. I mean, you're going to be dead, and so that puts something in your head saying, though, well, why the hell am I going to try? Why am I going to push myself? Why am I going to try to do things in my life to plan for a very long life and future? And that, again, these are all things. And when I talk about being systemic, is it's like it's their ideology, it's their religion, it's their belief, and it's the way that they actually approach their policies is through that perspective, and it's extremely destructive.
Well, it's only destructive when you step back outside of that echo chamber and look at it. If you look at it empirically, not with your feelings, not with what you hope it will result in, but with the reality of this is what it's doing, not what you hope it will eventually do, but this is what it is doing, then you get a very different perspective. But Democrats aren't held to that same standard, just Republicans. And that's, well, Republicans and to a lesser extent, conservatives and liberals, libertarians as well. Let me do this. By the way, there's breaking news. I should mention this. Breaking news in New York City. New York City native Steve Buscemi, who's probably best known for the TV show Boardwalk Empire. He used to be a New York City fireman, was down at 9/11, actually helping with that event without any publicity. He was just attacked in New York by a random individual, just punched him in the face. And that person who did that is currently at large. And this is part of a trend of what we have seen where various individuals are attacked randomly. Generally, we've heard about young black men in gangs walking up and just attacking white and Asian, usually women, but white and Asian individuals, and just attacking them randomly. It seems that trend is continuing, and now Steve Buscemi has been the victim in this case. Kind of sad. It's really sad news. I didn't know if you heard about that. It just happened.
Like, I didn't hear about that, and yeah, I'm gonna have to cut this conversation.
Yep.
Unfortunately, half the words that are being said from you in the conversation are kind of getting chopped, so I'm getting like every 3 words or I'm losing on you. Yeah. So anyway, the good conversation, and I'll talk to you later, Mike.
Okay. Absolutely. Thank you.
Yep. Bye.
All right, everyone. That was a call. Now, you too can call in. It's not the perfect phone system. I understand that. That's because, I don't have unlimited funds here. It is a one-man system. And this is our temporary studio here in the Bronx. But I think you got to hear, and it's always interesting to hear other voices, to hear other opinions. Did you agree with Jason? I did. Did you think it's wrong? I'd like to hear your thoughts about that. But you too can call into the program with whatever your viewpoints are, because this is about a conversation we have. You can call in from overseas. You can call in from anywhere in America. Always happy to hear from you. And that happened to be a call from upstate New York that we were just listening to Jason from. Now, I think it's very important. And by the way, I'm also looking... The news just came out while we've been on the program that Steve Buscemi, he's a Brooklyn native. He was just attacked. And I'm looking at the news on this as we speak. Here, I'll show you what I'm looking at. This is from the New York Post. His assailant took off. He has swelling to his face and his eye. He's an older man. So again, he's 66. So it's not like he's some 15-year-old or 20-year-old. It was an unprovoked attack, apparently. He was in Midtown Manhattan. Again, we're seeing more and more of this violence all across the city. And we've been promised, again, Hochul promised us, the city is safe. You're safe. You just don't understand. You're safe. Yeah, tell that to Steve Buscemi. This was it was on 3rd Avenue. Oh my God. Look at that. It's a very popular downtown area. And this is the individual that attacked him, apparently. And why am I not surprised? The news media, in talking about this, left out the fact that it's a black guy. Oh, he was randomly attacked. In every other news article, you notice they tell us, well, it's a white guy, his age, his height. They'll tell you all kinds of things about him. Steve Buscemi got hit by someone randomly, and according to, and this is again from the Post, the guy who attacked him, yeah, he's a black guy. Not one word about the guy's race, because it's about, oh, well, that would be racist to say that he's black. He's black. He attacked Steve Buscemi, apparently, and he happens to be black. That's just the facts as they exist. But you can't say that because it's racist. And then this guy gets to run around and attack more people if, in fact, he did this. It doesn't make sense. Again, this is how the policies don't work. Oh, because of DEI and because of sensitivity towards people's race, we can't say that a black guy attacked Steve Buscemi, since the witnesses and the news media and the photo says he's a black guy. But they can't say that because that's racist. How are you supposed to catch him if you don't know who you're looking for? Okay? So on Twitter, Steve Buscemi punched in the face by a maniac in a random New York City attack. Who are we looking for? Oh, here's the picture. a black guy with a white beard, okay, that gives me something to work with. It just doesn't make sense. This is the man who's wanted. He happens to be black. Okay. That doesn't mean racism. It means a black guy, apparently, hit Steve Buscemi. Period. It's not racist. It's a fact. But because we can't say the facts as they exist, it enables how much further is this guy going? If everyone was only looking at the news and could only see this, if they couldn't find out the details, then how is this guy supposed to get caught? How is he not? How do we prevent him from assaulting other people if the police can't be told, oh, by the way, he's black? Black with a white beard. How are you supposed to stop him? I don't know. Maybe that's me. Maybe that's me. But what I'm getting from this, and again, I'm looking at this, and it sounds like Steve Buscemi is okay. Here's a quote about this. Let me read that through. I saw he was with a woman, and then through the corner of the window, I saw him trip and fall backwards. A worker in the area who witnessed the assault told the Post. He right away got up and ran in the opposite direction. I didn't see who hit him. It worries me for when we close, because we close at 11, and it can get scary around that time. This is a woman. A woman named Nat is now afraid for her life because they couldn't say, oh, this might have been a black guy with a white beard. Yeah, he's running around loose. And notice here's the New York Post. By the way, the New York Post is going to describe this picture. The first thing I said is he's black because he's black and he's got a white beard. Second big thing. Why? Prominent features. He can change the blue shirt. He can change the black pants. He can take off the baseball cap, which maybe is a Nike. I don't know what that symbol is. But it's harder to get rid of a full beard. He's not going to change the fact that he's black. Okay. NYPD released surveillance photo of the alleged attacker, a bearded man wearing a baseball cap and a blue t-shirt and black sweatpants. You need to mention that he's black. It's not racist. According to, this is from the news. Oh, they're looking for a bearded man wearing a baseball cap and a blue shirt. Well, does that mean he's Italian? Is he white? Is he Arabic? Is he African? Who? That could be anyone. Oh, he could be Chinese or Asian. He could be anyone. A bearded man wearing a baseball cap in New York City. Could be anyone. Can we narrow it down at all? Any kind of narrowing of it whatsoever? See, this is the problem with DEI. This is the problem with DEI. When the news media is trying to tell the public about an assault, when they're trying to capture an alleged criminal for a crime, and they can't tell you who they're looking for, even though they have the evidence of who they're looking for. What if I don't have the ability to see that picture? What if I didn't know? And by the way, they buried the picture. So you have to actually read the article to get into it, to find out who are they looking for. And it's not like they made it obvious. This is the picture of the assailant. You have to look for it in the story. And that's when you go, oh, so this must be the guy they're looking for. Okay, now I know who to look out for. Now, if this guy is walking next to me, or someone who looks like him is walking next to me, I know to be a little bit more cautious. Now, someone goes, but Mike, it's racist because, not everyone's going to look at black guys with white beards. No, not necessarily. No, that's you're projecting racism onto it. There's nothing racist to say a black guy with a white beard that looks like this guy might be the assailant. Might be. That's just accurate. I don't know. That just insults me. It's upsetting to me. It is very, very upsetting to me that they're afraid to tell us that a black guy with a white beard apparently attacked Steve Buscemi. And this is what he looks like. I don't know. That seems upsetting to me. All right, hang on. I did want to talk about something else. I need like 5 minutes. I need like 3 to 5 minutes. Bear with me, folks. Nope. Is that it? No.
Hello, and thank you for joining
3
us.
minutes.
This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today, though I'm going to be speaking about something that is quite disturbing. It's an issue that's been affecting America for decades, and most recently has become escalated in our news, in our entertainment, in our politics. The racial divisions in America. The claim of institutional racism. And I want to explain what happened on December 7th at a New York State college, a public college, where students were trained on becoming racist, in my opinion, and were indoctrinated into a progressive ideology. This is an event that took place in the southern tier of New York, and something that I was aware of and I opposed for many months. I'm going to go into some detail here, in great detail, to make sure that you understand exactly what is happening in our colleges, what is being taught to our students, and what is going to be affecting our communities. You may disagree with some of the conclusions that I have, but we want you to see this in full context to understand and to make your own decisions. First, let me mention that if this is the first time that you're seeing our channel, I thank you for joining us on this important topic. We want you to know that we do long-form political commentary, and every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We reach out on all the social media, in YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, DLive.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. You know, and it's interesting because they keep telling you violence is down. You just don't understand. They tell you, oh no, it's the guns that are making it dangerous. No, it's not. Let me see. By the way, what I'm looking for right now is New York State. I'm looking up Kathy Hochul, New York State is safe. Subway crime, not statistically insignificant. Oh, here it is. I knew I remembered this. According to Kathy Hochul, on March 4th, Governor Hochul says crime is decreasing across New York State. Shootings are down 36%, up versus 2019. Murders are down 30%, up versus 2019, which brings them back to 2019 levels. Murders are down to 2019 levels, so they're not down. But she says crime is decreasing. Crime is decreasing. As Steve Buscemi, a beloved native New Yorker and actor, yeah, he just gets randomly attacked in the middle of the street, just out of the blue. He just gets attacked. But crime is down. You just don't understand how low crime is getting. You just don't get it. Kashawn Parks is assaulting a woman with a belt, strangling her, sexually assaulting her. Crime is down. Crime is down. You just don't understand. And this is happening, by the way, this isn't just, I'm using New York as an example because I'm here, but in all the progressive strongholds across the country, we are seeing the same thing. This is happening in Chicago. It's happening in Boston. It's happening in California, the entire state. It's happening in all the strongholds of the progressive movement over and over again. Usually, or often, it's by illegal immigrants, but it's other people as well. And we're seeing it constantly. But they don't want you to think about that. No, Kathy Hochul has been doing a fantastic job. Black kids don't know how to read, don't know what a computer is, and Steve Buscemi gets hit in the face randomly at the age of 66. But everything's perfect and fine. You just don't understand. Okay, if you say so. I just don't get it. Doesn't make any sense. And I guarantee you, within a month, you'll hear Kathy Hochul say, New York is safe. I don't understand why anyone would say New York isn't safe. We just activated the National Guard. We have open borders. We have illegal aliens coming into the state that are going on to kill people, students at college campuses across America. Our infrastructure is falling apart. Older people are being struck for no reason, but it's all safe. Vote Democrat. Vote Democrat. By the way, she thinks you're stupid. Vote Democrat. Come on, where are the Democrats defending all this stuff? Because they always have, well, you just don't understand. You don't understand, Mike. It's not their fault. It's because he's black and poor. That guy didn't look like he was poor. Didn't look like he's poor to me. I don't know. Maybe it's me. He's not the image of gangbanger in my mind. There's something else there. There's another reason. Don't know what it is. Now, they said this was in a random attack. He doesn't look like a gangbanger to me. It doesn't look like he's young. He's not young. He's, I don't know, my age, thereabouts. He's in his 50s. Maybe it was personal. Don't know. It's frustrating to me when we start looking at all of the symptoms. That people are being released for violent crimes and they go out and do more violent crimes. The media is afraid to tell us who's committing the crimes because they're afraid of being called a racist or Islamophobe. People are afraid to report on the repeat crimes because they don't want to be called an ist or a phobe. We have the politicians who are constantly misspeaking as they tell us what they really think, and what they really think isn't in the best interest of the public. Saying black kids don't know what a computer is tells me that the Department of Education in New York's education, you failed. You're failing the people. Telling me that New York is safe isn't making New York safe. Saying the subway is safe because you got 1,000 National Guard, National Guard are activated and they're in the subway system doesn't make me feel like the subway is more safe, especially if crime continues at the same level. I don't know. Is it me? Is it me? I don't think it is. Now, I mentioned, as I was talking with Jason earlier on the phone in his call, we were talking about the poll. 67% say, 67%, this is a poll from USA Today and Suffolk University, that 67% believe that the violence, the rioting at our campuses, the autonomous zones, which are insurrectionists, at our colleges, are going to lead to violence in our community. Kind of like exactly what happened with the BLM riots that started from campuses and spread out from there. In fact, looking at the polls, I thought there was something, this is the actual poll from USA Today. And looking at the actual poll, 68.6% of people, 68.6 of the people who took the poll say that the country, the United States, is going in the wrong direction. That's important. Gee, look at all the things that are going wrong. Black kids aren't being taught what a computer is. Criminals are on a revolving door running around in and out. More crime is happening because criminals don't think they will be punished. We have autonomous zones in our schools, and our schools are teaching kids that genocide is okay if the group that is committing the genocide is small. That terrorism is okay if you are on the right progressive ideology. If you're the right progressive, you can commit any crime. It's okay. Gee, why would 68% of the population say that they think America's on the wrong track? By the way, also asked by the USA Today Suffolk University, 37% of voters would vote for Donald Trump, not Joe Biden. Joe Biden loses 36 to 37. Trump wins. And 12% of voters haven't made up their mind. According to this poll, 12%. This is a May poll. 12% haven't made up their mind on who they want to vote for. That says a lot. That says a lot, I think. Oh, I didn't show you. Did I not show you guys? Oh, I'm sorry. Here's the poll. Here's the question. Question number 7 is right and wrong track. That's 68.6%. Question number 8 is about who would you vote for. 37% for Donald Trump, 36% for Joe Biden, and 12% are undecided. So here's the actual poll. Sorry, I didn't have it on the screen. I thought I did have it on the screen. My fault. It is interesting. People know there's a problem. People know there's a problem in America. The progressives are saying it's anyone but them. Everyone else is at fault. They are perfect. They are angels. They are saints. Nothing they have done is wrong. They are on the right side of history on every issue. Nothing they're doing has to be questioned. Everything they're doing is the best answer that could possibly be made. And everyone else is at fault. That sounds like delusion. That sounds like they're crazy. Because everything they're doing has failed. The economy, crime, domestic, foreign, every policy, everywhere you point that, everything they're doing is a failure. But yet they think they're doing fantastic. I mean, it's just that simple, folks. Whoops. Damn it. And we're seeing it in these cases. I mean, how many people have been attacked and assaulted in New York that aren't named Steve Buscemi, that we don't hear about? It took an entire month before we found out about the woman that Keshawn Parks attacked, about the woman that he strangled. It took us almost a month to find out about that. Con, what are you doing? Sorry, talking to my dog. Yeah. Okay, by the way, if you're hearing that in the background, that's my dog. He's trying to tell me that he wants to go back outside, that the show should be over. Come here. Come here. Come here. Hey, come here. Don't bark at me. Come here. Come. Come here. All right, fine. He's like standing, look at me, and just barking, saying, "Come on, I want to go outside." That's my dog. He doesn't want to be on screen right now. He just wants me to get up and move. All right. So, well, we've actually been here for about 5 hours. And so I hope that this has been informative, interesting. I hope you enjoyed listening to Jason and hearing some of the points of view that he had, reflecting on some of the things that we've spoken about. We've talked about what's happening domestically. We've talked about what's happening internationally. We can see how the policies that we have been presented as being the answer have failed, consistently have failed the American people. They failed internationally. They're not making the world safer. The more progressive and socialist that we see in America, the worse the world is. That, I think, is a truism. And I think the evidence is in front of us all. Now, we will see. Next week, I will be at, and I mentioned it earlier, now I'll just bring it up again. It is because of the support that you guys provide, your likes, your shares, because of your joining our Patreon, $1.50 a month, then we are able to do things like next week, May 18th, I expect to be at Simpson and Westchester Avenue in the Bronx. There will be several guest speakers. I plan to cover that event live. That's on the 18th. Next Sunday, of course, the 19th, we will be doing the Sunday live stream. After that, we do expect to be, I'm about 80% sure that I will be at the 2024 Libertarian National Convention. Hopefully, we'll also be able to cover Donald Trump and or RFK Jr. live at the convention, plus various interviews that I believe I will be able to get while we are there. And then a little bit later this summer, we will be at Freedom Fest in Las Vegas, and we expect to be able to have some conversations with various individuals that will be there. Some of the people, Javier Milei, Ice-T, Spike Cohen, Steve Forbes. There will be many very interesting individuals that will be there. We hope to do that. Now, all of those things are possible only because every week you are here with us because of your like, your share, your subscription, and of course, those who are able to donate to us. That is why we can do these things. So, with that said, I want to thank you. I appreciate you. I look forward to hearing from you. I'm looking forward to the comments in the comment description, answering some of the questions we've talked about. Yep, that's my puppy again. So let me go now. I want every mother to have a great remainder of their day. Dads, kids, cook for your mom. Go ahead, go and cook for your mom. And everyone else, I want you to be well. I'll talk to you soon.